Thanks, Lori.
Now it's one roll. I might have to steal from our house. Probably that's
Hello. Yes.
might be your battery. Just hang on, I'm gonna mute you. I just changed them.
Okay, then they're fine.
So that you should be fine.
Okay.
It should, let me just check.
Okay.
Here.
Testing 1, 2. Testing.
Oh. You know what? I might need to.
They were really loud once when you first had it.
Let me just do this. Check, mic, check. Check, check. Check, mic, check. Check, mic. No, it's not. Check, mic, check.
Like it's working there.
I know, but you're not coming. We're not going to call. Where's my speakers?
Just ask Marge if she can hear you.
I should hear. Check, check, mic, check. Okay.
What's the problem?
Just gotta go up. Check, mic, check. Check, check, check. Here we go. Okay. Do you want to put it on? I'm gonna mute you.
Okay. Me? Can you hear me now? Perfect. We are also recording this for some people that couldn't make it, so we want to make sure that we have microphones on. So welcome to all of you for coming to our Rural Alberta or Rural Communities Summit. We're really excited to have you here. We're really excited for you to hear, first of all, the BASHA model, how it got created, and also our second presenter this morning, which is Dr. Baylor on the Sylvan Lake Health Center, which we're super excited about. Got to see, and he's been here this morning already, going through our community. So we're really excited about having him here with us too. I'd like to introduce Christine Bilo, who is my counterpart. Her and I work together a lot in this community. In the Resource Center, and she is the Executive Director of the BASHA District Support Services, and I'm the Executive Director of BASHA Adult Learning. But together we create what we call the Resource Center, which you'll hear a little bit more about. So did you have anything you wanted to say, Christine? Just hello?
Hi, it's really nice to see everybody here today. We're excited to have some generative conversation. I don't know if you wanted to announce anything around housekeeping.
I
There is
have.
bathrooms at the back of the building, kind of on the side hallway there, as well as exits at both places. There will be food provided throughout the day, which is where we have a $25 fee incorporated into that. And the rest of this is supported through some of the community recovery funding that we received post-COVID and that sort of thing, as well as through some of our partnerships that we have here today. So I'll let you talk more about it, but thank you truly for coming. I think that it's going to be a great day for conversation, and we'll get started.
Thank you. All right, we're going to start from the beginning. Lori, if you want to do the first slide. So we're going to start with community narratives. Christine and I have delivered this presentation several times, and this piece has kind of been missing, so we've just added it. So if I stumble a little, just forgive me, because I'm not a professional speaker, but starting with the community narratives, some of the narratives you can see up there are rural community narratives that happen all the time. So this is who we are, nothing's going to change, we're waiting for something or someone to come in and make the difference, whatever that is. Too late to change our downward trajectory. We hear that all the time. It happens in small communities where they end up giving up their status and end up being part of a county. We need something we don't have in order to improve, or we've tried that and it doesn't work. And we get a lot of we've tried that, it doesn't work. Because there is a history. So Lori, if you go to the next slide. So when we talk about the culture of the community, so what is a community narrative? And what we know about the narratives of community is that it's the belief system, the values, the social norms, and the practices that we use, and that it helps us excuse me, understanding who we are as individuals and who we are in the greater community. And it's essential and vital to our human connection and history. What we came across in the last little while is what we call heritage narratives. And I think if you've ever heard somebody say, and I don't think I've been to a rural community that hasn't said this, is that if you've been here for 23 years, you're still a newcomer. And that happens. It doesn't matter where you go, you hear that. And we think, our theory is that because lots of small rural communities have 100-year-old families that have been there forever, and their history comes up through the community narrative. And when you haven't been a part of that for 100 years, it's a little bit harder to feel like you belong. And so that can be changed, though. That can be changed, and the way we can do it, if you do it well, our members will read, accept, and share the narrative with us, our members of the community. And I think that is something to really pay attention to in rural communities, because I think sometimes the conflicts that happen because somebody has always done it that way and somebody else wants to do something new. So we decided what happened to us is in 2012, we had a shift in our conditions. What happened? We brought in Unstoppable Conversation, who you'll hear from Vic this afternoon. He was the one actually that came, him and his partner Kevin Gangle. And what we know is that we have habits of thought. We have deeply held beliefs in our communities and assumptions that influence how we think and what we do and how we talk. And so a mindset shift can dramatically shift your community, and that's what happened in Bashaw. So Unstoppable Conversations came in and facilitated that opportunity for us. And to be Christine and I, that was our first experience with Unstoppable, and we only had 23 people around the table in a community of 850, and those 23 people actually started the shift. So it doesn't have to be the entire community buying in right off the bat, but you do have to have a core group that start to change and look at what your mindset shift is. So what we did with Unstoppable is we went through all of the things when we saw the very first thinking around, nothing works, we've done it before that way and it doesn't work. What we worked on was all of those thoughts we had an old thinking, and we moved ourselves into a new thinking. So Lori, if you can switch the slide. And our new thinking that 23 people became a place for everyone. Basha is a place for everyone. It belongs to all of us. There's no separation. We're all part of the solution. We're self-sustaining, progressive. We create leaders, and you can be anything here. And that new thinking is where we started everything from. And I know it probably doesn't seem like it should have that much of an impact, but it literally changed the culture of our community in less than 5 years, which is unheard of. They don't usually change it that fast. So our early results, Lori, if you can go to the next slide, is between 2012, which is when we had our first experience with Unstoppable, to 2016, we created a performing arts school project, which this weekend, you can see the set is Frozen Junior. We're going to be having one of those today or this weekend. We had a new school enhancement, so it was announced that we were going to get a new school, and based on our population, there was the gymnasium was not going to be a full-size gymnasium, and the community felt that that was really important. So one of the things we did during that facilitated process is understand that the school was the most important part of at that moment. We decided the school was the most important piece of our community because it held our young people and it drew people to our community. So we decided we were going to enhance the school. We were going to do everything in our power to do that. And we raised a lot of money to do that. And we also had already been involved with them and had put family school wellness worker into that, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. We also brought in Unstoppable again for our youth leadership because we had a number of youth and young adults that participated in that. The United Church they also brought in Unstoppable and did a sort of a regional view of what does a church look like? How does a church survive? What do we do to make sure that it's still here and part of our community? And we had interagency, intergenerational things happening, and eventually we developed by the 2016 what we called the Community Resource Center. So we raised $1.2 million in that length of time, and very, very little of it was grant money. It was mostly raised through things that we did and ways that we did as a community. And since that time, what is the amount we've brought in? We're bringing in double or triple, yeah, at that point. So then 2017 hit, we got the school all set up, we got everything working at the school, people were excited about it. We had a brand new school in the first 2 years. The school was to capacity. So and we had gone from a community that we were maybe going to look at closing one day to now we had a capacity school, and they had to already add a module, or I guess, piece. So and the school still is doing really, really well, and we still support them in many different areas. But in 2017, we thought, okay, school's in good shape. Now what do we do? Where are we going to go from here? So Lori, we can get the next slide. So we built a team, and what we did was we looked at what does it look like to collaborate? What does it look like to work together? And the team what we did was we put in almost every sector, social sector, that was going to be working together and collaborating and doing things to make sure that our community was well supported through wraparound services. So our first, we brought in Basha RCMP under the Justice, Adult Learning under Advanced Education, Basha School under Education, PharmaSave is our health sector, United Church being our spiritual sector, and the Basha District Support Services as our social sector. And you can see in that team that if you look at all the programs, the social programs, our daycare, preschool, food bank, all of those things got created in the last 15 years or so. Adult Learning does all the literacy, foundational learning, career planning, that sort of thing. Education is our K-12, and we also have preschool, I think, as well, at that time. And then the RCMP was community policing, victim services and justice services. The United Church became a community outreach point in our community, and Basha PharmaSave, we are so lucky to have, and actually our prescribing pharmacist is here with us today, Eric, and he does an awful lot of the connections in health in our community. So it's been That team got created in 2017, still exists. We meet as often as possible, and what's really great about that is we were able to figuratively throw all of our assets into the middle of the table and decide who does what best. And because some of it was duplication. There was duplication happening, as it does in many communities. And so it was who does it what best. And so when we decided that as a group, what happened then was if I was duplicating or I was doing something the same as Christine, I gave it up because she did it better, and then I strengthened another area. And that's the way our team started to work. And it started to wrap the services around our community. Next slide, Lori. So basically what happened, because we had all those sectors all together, is that any door became the right door. It didn't matter where you went in. Still works that way. If they go into the drugstore and you know, a drugstore sees a lot of people in lots of different forms of distress, and so he's able to connect it. I think they call it now, Christine and I came across the word social prescribing. So basically, we social prescribe. Eric will do that, the school does that, we do that, everybody does that, and we bring in the individuals and work with them, no matter what the concern or the problem is. Next slide, Lori. So then what we did as we continued down this 2017 path, we started to look at shared leadership. What does that look like? How do we get ourselves together? What do we do? So we did an assessment of all the assets and resources in our community, identified what was duplicated, like I said, and then strengthened what existed. And then we identified gaps, and there were lots of gaps. It's a rural community. We don't have a lot of extra supports and services, but we did identify what they were. And then what we did was we gathered together all of the regional services, the local services, the provincial services that exist in our community, and talked about what we needed. And what was really great about it is we were able to identify the trends, the things that were happening ahead of time. So as an example, mental health is a trend everywhere right now. I don't think you can go any community and see that, but we were able to see that long before the pandemic. And we were already working with mental health in Alberta to bring in mental health services because we could see that there was a challenge. And the only reason we could all see that is because we all talked together. Every time we met, the RCMP might identify that 80% of their calls were mental health calls. We could see them walking into our doors. Eric could see that walking into his doors, and so we identified that, as an example, mental health was an issue. So we were able to connect with Alberta Mental Health, I guess, Alberta Mental Health, and with fairly decision maker, and we were able to work on 2 or 3 different models to see what would work in Bashaw, how could we get the supports that we needed in Bashaw. And it was, we tried 2 or 3 different models, I think, and have come to one that's kind of working. The mental health system is not it's got a long way to go yet, but we're sort of getting there. So those quarterly meetings with those service providers, partners, and even our elected officials, because we invited the municipal governments and people like that to come. So we also gathered information from there. We were able to see what trends were coming forward, what kinds of supports and resources people had, and how they might be able to support our community. So it was a holistic approach with wraparound services, and we were able, again, to early identify our gaps and our trends and all of that thing. And the other nice thing about it is because it was not a program where we had a government institution involved, we were able to shift and pivot quickly. We didn't have to wait for a long period of time. We were actually able to make the difference quickly and move into a situation where we could support our community very quickly, very fast. And then if it didn't work, we could pivot and try something else real quick. And that doesn't always happen. That can be a difficult thing for communities. Can I get the next slide, Lori? So what we call now is a collaborative response in our community. So we did community development and engagement. So we continued to find ways to engage with our community. And it's really simple when you've got all the sectors working together. You can easily get them to connect with the frontline workers as well as the people that they're serving to make sure that we are offering the right kinds of programs and services for them. And what we realized is that I think lots of rural communities have kind of sat and waited for somebody to say, we've got a problem, we need mental health workers, or we need something, we need a grant, or we can't get there, whatever it was. And what we realized is we didn't have to wait. We actually, when you start working together, we actually started many of our programs without a single dollar. We just reimagined and reformed how we worked together so that we were able to leverage dollars in ways that we were never able to do that before. So that worked really well, and it continued to develop our community and engage our community. We also recognized that information and referral was really important in our small rural community because when we're sitting in our resource center, there are times we can't find what we're looking for. So you can imagine if you've got an individual in your community that is in a vulnerable state, that it is very difficult for them to necessarily find what they need. So we created what we call information and referral, so we can match our people to the community programs. We provide form support for our seniors, for anybody that needs help. We have internal and external referral for services. And I think last year, I don't know if it's going to come up on this slide, but we had, 300 intake referrals and about 900 outtake referrals. So we referred out. So it was quite significant. But we also do a kind of a pre-screen and triage through there. And what I mean by that is if somebody walks in our door and they need to use the food bank, you can be assured there's a lot more issues than just the food bank in their lives. So what we do is we do a sort of what we call a soft interview, sort of a conversation with them to try to pull out, and it's taken us a while to perfect it, but it's a way of pulling out the information that we need from them in order to support them. And I think the one thing I've noticed in people who come into the resource center is if all you can do for them is give them a small bit of hope, it's enough to move them forward, enough to help them to find the things and to continue to engage with you to get what they need. And that's generally what happens, is that hope makes a huge difference for them. So when they walk in, once we've decided if they actually need just the information referral, they only needed the food bank, they didn't need anything else, then we deliver that service, whatever that is. But then if they do need more, we move them into what we call navigation. And we've got navigators hired, and what they do is, and I do that too sometimes, particularly if they're complex, is to figure out all of the pieces that need to be served. And there are some very high complex families and individuals in our communities that really need support and really are dropping through the cracks. It actually surprises me how much people don't know what's available, because Alberta is resource rich. It's not that we don't have resources. We have loads of resources. We have loads of things to offer people. We just don't necessarily know how to get them, how to bring them into the community, how to apply them to the people that we're working with. So that's what the navigator does. She or he not only does the soft interview, figuring out what the kinds of programs and processes and resources that they might need, but they also move them to a place of where they can start to build capacity. So it's one thing to bring an individual in and do everything for them, to get them set up. And we do that in a crisis. But after the crisis is over, you want to leave them with capacity, because if you don't leave them with capacity, you haven't really done them a lot of good, because they'll have to come back over and over and over again. So we try to develop capacity in the individuals so that they can. So one of the things, as an example, is Christine's organization brought in a financial empowerment coordinator. So they support them to learn how to budget, to learn how to find the resources, to, if they maybe need a new job, what the resume looks like, that sort of thing. So that's just an example of one of the things we identified is something that lots of people need. From there, then we have what we call family wellness, and family wellness is, actually our family wellness worker is running the slideshow right now, but what that program does is it works in the school. And in the school, teachers are supposed to teach, but they have a lot of crises, a lot of kids who are dysregulated, a lot of things that are going on, and they have an FSL worker. An FSL worker is in the school doing a really great job because that's their job, and they have very paths that they have to follow to support the youth and the students that are there. The one thing about Family School Liaison is there was supposed to be a connection to the home. And what we've found in our conversations and meetings is that there's usually not a lot of time to do that. They can support the child, they can have a quick connection with the home, but to get in and work with the home is really difficult when they've got a waiting list of kids in their school that need their support. So the family wellness worker is actually a worker that supports the school just under the FSL worker. So they're not under, in other words, they're not somebody who is regulated or supervised by the FSL worker, but they support the FSL worker and the other things that are not necessarily part of the FSL worker mandate. So it might be just listening. It might be connecting with the home to say what's going on, what kinds of things are happening. And so we have done that. How many years have we had the family wellness worker? 20?
As it exists now, for sure.
About 20 years. And I think the school would cry if we let, because it makes a huge difference to the teachers to be able to call on somebody to support a dysregulated child or a child that's in trouble or having a bad day or whatever it is. And that family wellness worker is just there. They're just there to be with them. And I think if I could wiggle my nose and make a difference in any community, I would want a family wellness worker in every school because it makes a huge difference to the kids that are there. And as well, the family wellness worker also does the referrals if they need the referrals. So they'll refer them into our community resource center. They'll refer them to the FSL worker if it's obviously their student that they should be seeing, or they'll refer outside of the community, wherever it is. They can refer them to the right places, and they connect with the parents to do that. So, Lori, our initial outcomes, next one. Yes, thank you, we did do a social return on investment, and those are really great because the government likes them, and we can get grants on them, but really what it told us, we did, they were out of the University of Alberta that came out and worked with Christine and I to do our social return on investment. It was an 11-to-1 return on investment, $11 for every one we spent. But he did say to us that it was embarrassingly high and would have been a lot higher had we been able to capture the stats from justice and education. I think those are the two areas we couldn't get stats because we didn't have enough time to set it up properly, and they're very busy people, and so to ask them to do something more was hard. So we only had the other sectors, so he believed it would be much, much higher had we done all those stats as well. What we ended up with is responsive community structures. So now, I'll give you an example. One of the first things that we did was we raised a bunch of money through Small Town Saturday Night. We had our community voting. One time I used to have a slide, but we won Small Town Saturday Night, brought in a bunch of money for it, and then we brought all of our communities, organizations together to say we have to deliver this concert that is going to bring us in dollars, and all of the money is going to go to the school. And we only had one organization pull out and say, no, we needed to raise money for ourselves. So the rest all bought into the fact that let's all support the school at this point, and then after a period of time, we'll turn our attention somewhere else. And we are right now. We're turning our attention to health, but we also turned our attention to the social programs at one point too. So those responsive community structures happen now regularly without a lot of fanfare. We just literally come together and say, this is an issue, what are we going to do about it, how are we going to address it? The Collaborative Community School Partnership leverages our resources and funding to support our children. So that collaborative partnership, it truly is probably the key foundational piece in this community right now, because it meets the needs for the school, the community, parents, and our youth. So the seniors right now, we've got a new senior programming that Christine and Healthy Aging Alberta have created in our community. But at the moment, at this time, the very initial it was a really great school and community partnership. Some of the things we did for the school was a theater arts program. We did technology to support family through the pandemics, because at that time the school was not lending out the Chromebooks, thank you. So we bought some technology for them to use. We did breakfast for learning, one-on-one support for the children and youth with trauma or emotional challenges, leadership programming, and independent student support. We do a lot of that. So at this point now, that was the initial outcomes, but if we go to the next slide, that is what, to this date, the regional area that we are in is, this is our results. And I forgot to mention, I knew I was going to forget something, we duplicated this model in Alex and partially duplicated it in a partnership with Denalda. So the region we are serving now is the region that the RCMP, the justice sector, is a part of. So that's where it goes as far north as just short of New Norway, far south is Alex, Denalda, and then over to Mecca Glen. So we serve that entire area with breakfast for learning, all kinds of things, because we do things regionally now. Because once we realized that the community could do really well all together, we thought to ourselves, we can expand this and start to include other communities. And so we did. So it's been duplicated in Alex. So you can see they've been going for 2 years. We've been going for 5. And those are the communities and the counties, portions of the counties that we've been serving. In Basha, we started out with meeting the needs. 2011 different needs were met. I think that comes into about 1,800 visits or 1,900 visits, something like that, all the way to now in 2023, 4,739. Alex looks really much bigger, but they do a little bit different in their stat collection. So what Alex does is they include the program's participants. So when they have swimming for children or they have a program for seniors, they include all of those stats as well. So it's a little bit skewed, but they're doing as well as us or better. We, at this point, because I think word of mouth has gone on quite a bit, we have ended up with probably lots through all throughout central Alberta, because it's people are getting word of mouth and they're starting to come to Basha, or they're calling Basha or whatever. So it's if we could have more rural communities doing this and working, and all of us working together, it would work really, really well, because people are really needing it. So the last slide, or the second to last slide, is just a picture. I got copies of them, if you would like, of the year in review last year for Alex and for Basha. And Denalda's in there too, if you look in the middle. But I do have copies if you'd like to take them home. But this is the kinds of things, all of these stats, these ways of looking at things would never have happened without the program that we have, the model that we created, because people were still working all in their own silos. And we would not have been able to see the picture. And this creates a picture for us that identifies who we're serving, what are we serving, how are we able to move forward into the next year. And we can do that because it's almost a needs assessment, because it really grabs all of the stats and the things that have happened in the year and kind of looking towards the trends. And it's so we identify information referral, we identify navigation, all of those things. So you can see that in Basha, I can't see so good. Let me look. In the Denalda office in navigation, we've got 442 navigation engagements in Denalda and 1,332 in Basha. So that's just the navigation piece. That's just the piece where people came in, had that soft interview, and we started to resource them. So it's a very significant, and without that resource, I gather we would be very much like a lot of other rural communities where they just don't know where to send people. They don't know how to support them because they don't have the resources to do that. So just last slide, Lori, just the only community you're destined to become is the community you decide to be. And one of the things I think that is important to remember about Basha is that we didn't wait for anybody to tell us how we could do it or couldn't do it. It also makes a huge difference because we can, I forgot to mention in navigation, one of the things we do in navigation is advocate for them as well and follow up. Because lots of times they go into a service, get what they need, and then nobody ever hears how things went. So we do a follow-up to make sure that they got everything they needed. And so one of the things that happens is that we're able to create what we need. And we don't have somebody over top of us saying, no, you can't do that, because we can do whatever we want. We're a small community. We don't have anybody, obviously the organization, so my job as an adult learning executive director is I have a mandate and I have things I have to follow. But we can also start to influence how things are done. And so as an example, our Adult Learning Council did start looking at how we serve learners, and we started to record the people that walked in the door and what they needed and all that sort of thing. And in the end, we actually influenced the collection of stats for the entire province because they had never thought about that. They'd never thought about what do learners need, what does that look like, what is the support service for a learner. And so that's the kind of thing that happens. I think BDSS has had the same kind of things where they've been able to influence how things work because we can trial it and figure out how it goes. So it works really well. I don't know, do you have anything else to add, Christine?
The only thing I wanted to add is I know that Jackie had talked about going through like asset mappings and different things like that, discovering, and I know we've all been through that. The purpose of having you here today was to get you excited about discovery. Just by nature now, we show up at every meeting, and what I recognized that was identified by another new community member or a new member to the team was that we're just showing up as us to discover on behalf of the community. It wasn't coming there to talk about children, it wasn't coming there to talk about any categorization of anything. But as you saw, when we identified what we were looking for as kind of outcomes to cultivate leaders, to do some of those things, that was about creating, I guess, a mindset of what we thought was going to be leading us to the success of what we could be different as a community. So please just be open-minded today. Unstoppables is such a huge part of our journey. We've brought in here this afternoon just to kind of bring that discovery mode to you guys and to your community and even to what we can do as rural. And I'm excited.
So I don't know if there's any questions. We could take some questions if you have any. But what we do know is Statler is already well into their process of creating something very similar. I don't know if they want to talk about how they're doing, because Statler is. And then we had a community north in Vilna. I don't know how far north is it? A long ways. And they also are doing the same thing and duplicating this process. And we were really excited about Vilna because it has a very quite a large Indigenous population. So we were trying to see how this model might work with an Indigenous community. And so I don't know how far, do you know much about, Wendy, about where they are on their path?
They're still at the beginning.
Yeah, they're at the beginning. They are. And Statler is sort of at the beginning, but sort of not, because they had already created, I think, Circle of Services. Lorraine or Lisa, would you like to talk a little bit about what Statler's, where they're at with their journey? And what we were excited about Statler is a much larger community. It's still a rural community, but it's a much larger community, so we also wanted to see how this might work there. And so
For sure, yeah, and we've been kind of on this journey for just a couple of years, and it started, we discovered the Vashon model kind of in our own in that, that cohesiveness and all, driving in the same direction. We were not. We were all very siloed, long before COVID. So, we joined together and started having some meetings on our own and quickly discovered we needed a model because we needed some sort of template to follow, and that's where we discovered the Vashon model of service and really took that as our guide as we made some steps forward. And just recently, through Lorraine's organization, applied for some funding and hired a navigator capacity this year and one other. So just yeah. So it is, it is a little bit unwieldy because we have a lot of organizations. I think we're resource rich, but focus. So,
Exactly.
So we're still working towards that, but it'll be huge changes in the way that we communicate and share resources and refer to one another, and it's been really valuable for our community.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. That is the thing about it is that this model that we created is not going to be identical in every community because every community is unique and has different services and different opportunities to connect to. And so Basha has one model, but there's a structural framework. And Alex is a little bit different than ours, but it's still working in their community, doing very well. Stettler is going to be different than ours because they have a lot more services and a lot, like Lisa said, it's very wieldy because they've got loads of resources there, but they just weren't all working together. So it's always going to look a little different. The key isn't what the model looks identical to each other. The key is the shifting of the mindset in the community, because when they move from I got to take care of my organization because there's only so much funding and so many volunteers and so many blah, blah, blah. And then eventually they stop sharing and they stop working together, or never did work together in the first place, some of them. And so that's the piece that's pretty critical. We believe now, I don't know that we knew that at the beginning, how critical that mindset was, but we do know that now, based on other places that we've seen trying to do something, because what will happen is we'll get a community that will connect with us and then say, thinking that they just have to get some money to hire a navigator. But it's not about just getting some money to hire a navigator, because a navigator is a really important piece of it, but it's this community mindset, the community shifting that has to make that difference, because you can have all the money in the world and hire all the people you want, and if you haven't changed your mindset, it's not going to make a difference in your community. It's going to give you some resources, but we got that already. Dan?
Yeah, what about smaller communities, after we've already including like Denell as an example? Is anybody from Denell here?
Yes, Holly is, and so is the mayor. Yeah.
Yeah, I know Crystal just got back from getting stuck in Mexico last
Yeah.
but,
Yeah.
but in any case, what have other people noticed, or what other communities noticed about really small communities, from here, about the sense in a community that services, including navigation, but services themselves be physically, logistically accessible within their own community. So for instance, Denell, yes, you have a satellite food bank from Bashaw. I'm calling this.
And navigation too.
And navigation,
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
That seems to be important enough to the Denell residents to have at least those two services physically there, even though many of the referrals, I assume would happen coming to Bashaw.
Some do, yep. Holly, or would you guys like to speak to that, Holly?
Like, how important is the presence in the community?
I think the one thing that we've noticed, like that I see, because I'm in the village office, and the food bank is in the village office, so that's what I see most often. And then we do make referrals to the navigation, but we actually in the past couple months, we haven't made that many because people are self-referring and they're saying, well, I can go there if they know about it. But when I first started, we were doing probably 2 or 3 navigation referrals a month. And we did have, we have the option of a few other of BDSS's or resource center, things like I can't remember what they're called anymore. The cleaning and the Meals on Wheels, yes, those
Home support and home, okay, yeah.
Yes, we did offer, and we do still frequently offer them, but we haven't had anybody,
Uptake.
yet take
Yeah.
The communication is key. Denelda, as we're forever evolving, and navigation was a service that was actually based in their community, like we would have them there for 4 to 6 hours, one time a week. But what we discovered is once that kind of got going, and it was that trusted handoff, say from the village office or whatever, they actually preferred, I don't even want to say preferred, they were okay maybe with coming to Basha. And they may have chose to go to Alex, again, around remaining anonymous and those sorts of things too, right? So that's when we started to look at new things like transportation, how do we get them there, what's best ways to connect, so that there's a variety of opportunity to engage. And essentially it comes back to that whole communication thing. If it's not working, do the discovery around what it can look like to be better. And yeah.
Yeah, so Denelda was one of our first real small communities, and again, the village office and the governing body there would we assume would let us know if there's something more that they need, and maybe we can support them with it. New Norway is just getting started, and New Norway is how many people in New Norway, Melva? 195 students in the K-12 school, yeah. They're just getting started. They also went through a community shifting exercise or two. Do you have anything you want to add to being a smaller community and developing this?
Sure. I think for tiny communities where there is still a school,
Here.
a small school or an elementary school, whatever it may be, I think it's super important to have someone in the community to focus around families and those needs, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
So where are you in your journey?
So we just acquired the old fire hall, and we have a youth center that will have 4-day-a-week programming starting January 22nd. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
And a pre-K.
Yeah, and a pre-K, yeah. So that's how they're getting started. So basically, Mirror, where you are, Dan, is in the middle of Alex and Basha. So people from Mirror come to Basha or they go to Alex, depending on where they're more comfortable. And so that's basically how we're serving Mirror. But Mirror may, in the future, want to do it for themselves. And then we would look at the same situation as New Norway and Denelda, where the community itself drives what they need, and then we do what we can to try to support them or get them referred to get the support or whatever it is that they need. We, again, it's really important to understand that it didn't require a lot of extra money to get started. We just leveraged what we already had. So it's just the will of the community that creates that. It's not waiting for somebody to give me a grant, basically.
Sometimes just that inspiration, Jackie, honestly, through conversations, then you get inspired.
Yeah, so Melba said it's about inspiration, feeling like, if they can do it, so can we, and they get going on it.
Well, and the power of one can become the power of many. Like when we had talked about 23 people being around the table for some of our initial discussions in 2012, I'd say newer to the community, been here for 10 years at least, but newer, and what I just recognized was they weren't all there. They were all there with their own agenda to begin with. And actually for me being an outsider looking in, not used to the 100 years of how kind of this community worked or whatever, I felt like it was at war. So literally there was just so much passion that was happening around the table to come together eventually after a 2-day kind of session of figuring out who we were and what we wanted to be as a community. More jump on board, and it can be small things. And ours just happened to elevate fairly quickly, but I just keep the conversation going.
Yeah.
And pull those ones together that come together in like-minded ways and work on some of the successes in that sense. And then hopefully others either will oppose it or not, but they usually come to it and we can go from there.
What Basha has been doing now is working on 2 areas. Seniors, Christine and Healthy Aging Alberta are working on transportation. I don't know what all they are, lots of things to support our seniors. And we're also there's a small committee of the wellness team that is working on a health model. And you're going to hear about a health model in a few minutes from Dr. Baylor, who has created something that we think is incredible in Sylvan Lake and really would like to duplicate in Bashaw. And one of the things that we have discovered as we're working, and you'll get to hear from Dr. Baylor at 11, but one of the things we've discovered is that it is really, we don't have to sit in our small community and just partner with the people who live here. We can partner with each other. So we love partnering with Stettler. We love partnering with Nunarwi. We love partnering with Donalda because we're all unique. We all have different things that we offer, but there's wisdom, there's strengths in areas that we wouldn't have otherwise, and we learn from each other. So what we do in the community can also be done regionally and between communities. So the worst thing we could do is not share how to do it, because that serves no one. It serves no one to not add and share what we have and help them to achieve it if that's what they want. So is there any other questions before we go ahead?
I'm wondering who the navigators are here. I'd like to speak to them.
Okay, we have one, Cassie from Stettler is here. I do a lot of it in Bashaw, but we've got new ones coming in that we're just training. So we lost one of our ones that had been here for a while. She had to move, and so I've kind of been holding it until our new ones get trained, so I can talk to you too if you'd like. You're welcome. Anything else? So we're gonna have a little bit of a longer break, about 25 minutes to do some networking and talk, and if you want to talk to a navigator or whatever you want to do. And then Dr. Baylor will start at 11 o'clock, and we'll hear a lot about what we're really excited about, how Sylvan Lake delivers health services in their community. Thank you. And we'll get started. Thank you.
Okay, can you guys hear me? We're on? Perfect. Okay, so thanks for having me. I have this really fancy, kind of pop star mic, so we'll see how that goes. So my name is Brad Baylor. I'm from Sylvan Lake. So I actually born and raised on a family farm 5 to 10 miles outside of Sylvan Lake. And, when I left Sylvan to go to school, I didn't think I was ever going to come back, but then, it's funny how things work out, and I ended up back working there. And so I've been a family physician in Sylvan Lake for almost 20 years now. So I've been 20 years in Sylvan, and we're going to talk just a little bit about my community, a little bit about just rural healthcare in general, and then a little bit specifically about my own practice and how we deliver healthcare to the patients of Sylvan Lake and area. And the reason I'm here is because a really lovely group from Bashaw came out and they spent some time in my clinic, and I think they had a good time, and we had a good time having them out to see us. And so that's why I was invited here to talk to you guys a little bit about what we've done. So you can go to the next slide, and we'll just talk a little bit about Sylvan and my practice. And so that's a picture of the old lighthouse, which doesn't exist anymore because they tore it down, built something new and polished. And that's part of our story in Sylvan, is a community in quite rapid growth over a very short amount of time. And so I work in a group practice of 9. So there's 9 of us in there. None of us, because we also do all the other stuff on the slide. So we look after all the inpatients from Sylvan. We have to travel to Red Deer to do that, because there is no hospital in Sylvan Lake. We do all the obstetrics deliveries for Sylvan Lake as well. There's an urgent care center that's been open in Sylvan since 2018. It's open 17 hours a day, 365 days a year. That requires 3 docs to staff it, 3 full-time equivalents to staff it. And we're also a clinical teaching site for medical students and residents. And so, I look after myself 1,387 people, and it's important to know that that is precise. That's my active number, and I know that number, and I know exactly what that group requires in order to look after their healthcare needs. And that's part of the story, is really understanding what your population requires. I do that working less than half full-time equivalency. So I only see patients in my office 2 days a week. And I look after that close to 1,400 patients. They can get in to see me tomorrow if they want. My access is excellent. All our providers' access is quite good. And the reason I think we're talking about our practice in Sylvan is we've done a lot of things over the last decade to change and adapt to be able to look after a bigger segment of the population with relatively less resource than you might think, or that we might have had in the past. So this is the population growth essentially since I started practice. And so when I left Sylvan to go to university, there was 3,000 people in Sylvan Lake. There was one traffic light in town, and everybody knew everyone else's name. And then I went away to university, and I came back a number of years later, and the population had doubled in about an 8-year span or so. So there's about 7,000 people in Sylvan Lake. And then over the course of the next 15 years, the population doubled again. And so from the time I started practice, where there was 7,000 people in town, there's now 17,000 people in town. And we also look after a bunch of surrounding communities, very similar to how Bashaw's situated amongst several other smaller communities. So Benalto, Bentley, Eckville, Spruceview are all communities that all get their services from Sylvan Lake. There's also 5 summer villages that exist around the lake, and we look after that population as well. So in Sylvan, the docs look after roughly 25,000 patients in total. That's kind of our catchment area. And over that time period where our population went from 7,000 to 17,000, there's very, very stale growth in physician or provider supply. So when I joined the practice, I was number 10 in the community. And If you kind of jump forward 20 years later, there's 14 in the community, which is great. 14 is more than 10, which I like. Right around that second inflection point where we were down to 11 again, that's where urgent care opened. And so as little as 5 years ago, we essentially had the same amount of docs in 2001 as 2018, with twice the population and a new urgent care center that took 3 docs to staff. And so as you can imagine, people getting in for care became a really massive problem, and it's been a progressive issue as the population has grown. And recruitment and retention in rural Alberta is progressively more difficult, and there's many reasons for that. So our population has become urbanized. There's a trend towards more urbanization of the population. The job of being a family doc or nurse practitioner and doing comprehensive care for a population has grown immensely complex over the past decade. The cost and inflation increases of running a community-based practice have really drowned a lot of the community-based practitioners in the past decade. It's been extremely accelerated in the past 3 years, extremely accelerated, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well. We also don't tend to recruit people into the healthcare sector that have any intention of going back and working in the places that we need them. So kind of how we recruit and how we train is a big problem as well. The other thing we do is even people that are from rural centers, we take them out, we make them to go to Edmonton or Calgary, we make them train there for 6 or 8 or 10 years, and then surprisingly enough, they've maybe found a partner, and that partner is from an urban center, and there's often barriers in them returning, then to that urban center. So it's not just who we recruit, it's how we choose to train them that's also an issue. The other thing is just quite frankly, rural generalists that are trained in Canada are highly skilled and nationally and internationally sought after. I can literally go to any country in the world and work, and they will take me. And the way we've paid those highly skilled people, including nurse practitioners, nurses, and other professionals in Alberta, has not kept pace with the rest of our country. It has not kept pace with international growth. And the last thing is, it's not just about the primary provider. So it's not about the doc or the NP. There is a critical infrastructure required to maintain healthcare services, and you guys know this, but without social service support, without EMS, without nursing to staff our facilities, without mental health support, the whole thing kind of falls apart. And we have a issue recruiting across all those disciplines in rural centers. So one of the questions that I had, and this was early in my career, is should municipalities play an active role in health service delivery? What do you guys think? I mean, who thinks they should play a role? If you were going to put up your hand, yeah, more or less, yeah, okay. What role should they play? And what do you think municipalities should be doing or should do in terms of contributing to health service delivery? Any thoughts on that? Any thoughts? Collaborating with system partners? Yeah, sure, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Other thoughts? Finding a way to get infrastructure to train them in those places. Yeah, for sure. Other thoughts? So it was interesting to me because, so circa about 2007 or 8 or so, when we were really, really struggling, I went to my municipality and I said, listen, we need some help. And it wasn't like we need some money help or like I need you to pay for docs or services help, is we actually need some help in activating the community voice around some of the health issues. And actually my municipality at that time said no. They actually said it's not our job to get involved in delivery of health and wellness services, which I was actually very surprised at, at that point in time. And so it's not unique to go to places where communities are very activated. It's also not unique to go to places where communities don't see it necessarily as a role that they should play. And so I'm going to bring up something that was released earlier in the year in Alberta. So this is Modernizing Alberta's Primary Healthcare System, called MAPS. And this is So just go forward through the population slides to the maps slide. Next one, there, okay. No, go back one more. Oh, now you can't go back. Okay. Has anybody heard of maps? Okay. Now, has anybody read all 377 pages? Oh my goodness, you did not. So, maps is 377 pages long, and I don't begrudge anybody for not have read all 377 pages. But as a community, I would encourage you guys to go look at recommendation 5, okay? And recommendation 5 is about connecting together health services into something called an integrated health neighborhood to enable whole person care. And, I won't read the paragraph, but what it says is the future of healthcare and health and wellness delivery is not a provider working on their own, unconnected in a community delivering services. The only way we're going to deliver whole person care is to connect that provider to a network of services a lot more formally than we've ever done before. And it talks about things like, how are you connected and planning with social services? How are you connecting and planning with things like the pharmacies in your town? Other private entities that might deliver service. How are you connecting with things like justice and education? And how are you planning at a community level how you integrate all the services to look after your population? And so this is very aligned to some of the work that you guys are doing in Bashaw already, where you've really started to bring those system partners together to talk about health and wellness of your community. And so if you're going to read one section, I'd read the section on recommendation 5. So if you fast forward a little bit, we were eventually able to kind of get some interest amongst the municipality in joining the providers in collaborating on improvements in healthcare. One of the things, struggles that we really had was dealing with the urgent needs of our population. So in Sylvan Lake in the summer, there's 1.2 to 1.3 million unique visitors to the lake during a compressed period of about 3 months. And figuring out how to look after those 1.3 or 4 million unique visitors if they get sick or chop their toe off with an axe, trying to camp, or get bit by a million wasps is quite difficult. And for years, we ran urgent care out of the back end of our clinics. So we opened our clinics, we saw people after hours, on weekends, we were the call provider. But as the population boomed, there was no way we could kind of manage that any longer. And then what happened is then those people would go to our surrounding area and they would overwhelm neighboring emergency departments. So Rimby, as an example, Red Deer ER, which is already crowded enough as it is. And we really needed a way to manage people's urgent needs in town. And so something was formed called the Urgent Care Committee. And the Urgent Care Committee was a group of kind of activated citizens, which, by the way, included RCMP, FCFS, education, the municipality, providers in the area, Alberta Health Services, and we frequently had participation from our MLA at this time, who was involved with the group. And that group is really a success story for us. And so if we go to the next slide, one of the things they did was they raised $845,000, not dissimilar to numbers I heard you guys raising, to retrofit a part of our community health center to become an urgent care center. They also did a lot of really amazing things like educating the community on what was, urgent care. Why did we need urgent care? What could you do to talk about urgent care? How could you talk to your MLA about urgent care? And so they did a lot of really, really wonderful things for the community. And this was my community's first kind of foray into being activated around the health and wellness, of our population. And so if you go to the next slide, which is just a bunch of wonderful pictures about things like golf tournaments and Yuletide festivals and the Smile Cookie campaigns, that raised the money to kind of retrofit our urgent care center. And the reason it's important is it would have never happened had the community not raised this money and pressured Alberta Health Services into agreeing to kind of retrofit the space. And so it's kind of a bit of a community success story. And so it was really the fundraising, the partnering across jurisdictions, working with elected officials and working with AHS that made this work. And so you can go forward a couple slides, because I think we already talked about that. So what's happened now is that committee has started to think more broadly about the health and wellness. And one of the things that they're now getting into is recruitment and retention of healthcare professionals. And specifically, it's not doctors, it's health professional recruitment. And so they started something called the Health Heroes campaign, which really was an opportunity for community members to express thanks to the health professionals that serve the community. They've partnered actively with AHS on recruitment. They meet, they tour recruits, they get them settled if they move to the community, they connect them to resources within the community, they make people feel special and valued and welcome, and they do this all by partnering with existing professionals. And so they've gone kind of one direction into recruitment and retention, and now they're also going another direction to talk about how do you combat things like community isolation, social isolation within Sylvan Lake. And, I think they have a lot to learn from the work Bashaw has done with some of the social sector work you guys have done. So, I invited a couple key people to come today. They just schedule-wise didn't work out, but they might knock on your door sometime down the road to hear more about what you've done. So the next slide just talks about the future. So the future of healthcare service delivery is actually partnerships. So it's partnerships between municipalities and providers, and it really takes an asset-driven approach. And that's what MAPS talks about. So it talks about you cannot think that you're going to deliver health services and wellness services in rural communities and have it look the same in any community. You have to actually look at the assets within that community, what private enterprises might be willing to contribute, what assets do you already have in terms of health and wellness delivery, what's the role of AHS in your community. And there's also a question mark there, because if some of you follow the political landscape, you'll see that there's going to be a new primary healthcare entity emerge in our province. I'm not quite sure what authority or decision-making they'll have yet, but there's a lot of changes in how healthcare funding decisions get made and how healthcare services are consolidated that are coming. So there's some question mark about who all the right partners might be in the future. And then, what resources exist in the municipality and what providers do you have access to right now and what providers might you look to recruit in the future. So I'm going to just shift gears. We go forward a couple slides for me, if you wouldn't mind. So that's our clinic, and it's been there since 2019. And for the first 13 or so years, I worked in a very traditional fee-for-service practice. In the last 7 years, we switched to something called capitation or blended capitation. And some of you might know what that means. Most of you don't, and you probably don't care, and that's okay. But if you go to the next slide, I'm just going to explain it quickly. So in a fee-for-service world, in the vast majority of physicians in Alberta work in fee-for-service. We're talking 90 plus, 95 plus % in primary care. So the way that works is I see a patient, there's a very specific fee code for the work that's done, and I'm paid for that very, very specific service. The schedule of medical benefits in Alberta, if you're wondering, is about 1,000 pages long. It's incredibly complicated. Some services probably pay more than they should, and some services don't pay what they should, and some services don't pay anything at all. And if you think it's bad for us, you should talk to your pharmacy colleagues about what they can and can't get paid for in a fee-for-service model. So what capitation is you enroll patients. And those patients have an amount, a yearly amount that you're paid. And that yearly amount varies depending on how complex you are. So you can imagine that somebody who is, say, over 80, maybe has 3 or 4 chronic medical conditions, we get paid a little more for that patient than we would somebody who's 18, rarely uses healthcare services, doesn't really need too much care. But you get paid this global amount called capitation. Now in Alberta, it's a blend, so we still get 15% of our money through the old route, the fee-for-service route, but 85% of it is paid for us at an enrollment level. And the difference here is you can make your own decisions on how you meet the population needs and how you pay the providers to meet the population needs. And if you go to the next slide, what you're going to see is payments are actually made at a clinic level, not an individual physician level. And this allows for a lot of financial flexibility and creativity in how you deliver service. So, let's say you don't have adequate primary care physicians in your practice, but maybe you have 1 or 2 that can play a lead role in helping organize under a capitation model other potential service providers. So things like pharmacists, social work, LPNs, NPs, RNs, and it allows you to optimize what all those clinic team members are doing specifically to enhance continuity and access. And so this was our vision when we switched to blended capitation in Sylvan Lake. What we wanted to do is look after more patients who had no place to go for care. We wanted to do it more comprehensively, and we wanted to eliminate barriers to access within our community. So I'm going to go through some principles, and the next slide talks about panel. And panel really is the people we look after. So understanding the people we look after. And I know the exact number, the number for every provider. I know their demand, so how much service they're going to need in that year. I know what our supply is at a provider and clinic level. And we do a lot of work to kind of match that supply and demand. We have very strict processes in place to make sure we know who we look after, when people leave, when people come. And it really is understanding your population that allows you to say, what's the clinical interventions required? What do you need clinically to support the health and wellness of this population? If you take that view, you can start to plan very differently how you meet the needs of that population. The next principle for us is we focus on access. And again, we talked about the need to balance supply and demand to do that. There's a science on how you manage access in healthcare delivery. And we live the measurement and management of this every day. The picture on the board is actually in my break room on a huge whiteboard. You'll see it every day you walk in. This is the up-to-date access numbers for every provider in my clinic, including the nurses and mental health providers that see patients. And what you're going to see there is, other than there's a couple at the top. One provider was on vacation at this time. One was doing only hospital work that week. In a general sense, you're going to get in to see every provider the next day or within 2 days or potentially the same day that you need service. And so we constantly run and manage the supply and demand at a clinic level. We also have predictive models and contingencies, so we understand when we're going to get spikes in demand. I can tell you the lowest demand week always is the 3rd week in January. It has been for 16 years. It probably always will be. There's a number of reasons for that, but I can also tell you how our demand varies in the summer compared to the winter. And I can tell you how much supply I need to protect for somebody who's away for illness, away for vacation, so that when they return, they can step right back into being able to see their patients that day or the next day. The biggest success in blended capitation is our team, and we'll go to the next slide that talks about team. And so we push the scope of practice of our team members to the absolute maximum legal level you can do so. And so what does that look like? So, you guys have probably been to a family doc before, and I would imagine most of your family docs work in a fairly traditional model. You probably call, you book an appointment with the doc, you go in, you might see an MOA or somebody for a second or two before. If you're lucky enough to have a primary care network, then maybe you have a primary care network nurse that might look after some of your care needs. But that's the kind of traditional way that the work gets accomplished in primary health care. What we did is said, well, what can an MOA do? So an MOA, a medical office assistant, is a non-professionally regulated role. So it's not a professional designation or school. It's somebody who's been taught to kind of assist with the day-to-day work of managing care. So my MOAs plan for every encounter that occurs. They pre-plan for every visit that comes into the clinic. They are also globally responsible for the screening of every patient. I do no screening. My MOAs do it all. They do it at a population level, both when people come in and through calling out to make sure people are up to date. They are the masters of efficiency and flow in a day. They have the ability to move patients, change time allotments for patients, rebook patients if need. They're the flow experts day to day. And they work very closely on with the nursing staff to make sure that things like complex chronic disease management, tracking, and maneuvers are up to date. I also have a big nursing staff. So we have 3 LPNs, 2 RNs, and an NP, in my practice. And so won't read through it, but these providers have schedules. They book patients. That includes the LPNs. They have full clinical schedules. They see people every 15 to 30 minutes. Same with RNs. They will see everything from a urinary tract infection to a cough and cold to conjunctivitis to talking to you about your cholesterol. They do a ton of chronic disease management, diabetic management, hypertension management, heart failure management, cognitive assessment. They are full every day. They work to their maximum ability. Our RNs are all prescribers, so you might not know, a registered nurse can be a prescriber in Alberta. We have some of the most advanced practice scopes of anywhere in the world, actually, although they're not always utilized. And the NP has functions as a physician in our practice, so has their own panel of patients, has their own MOA, and utilizes all the additional resources like everyone else. We also have a clinic improvement lead. We do a lot of measurement and improvement week to week in our practice. There's an additional RN to those we just stated that is purely chronic disease management focused. We used to have a dietitian, but we found that with all the counseling and stuff our nursing staff were doing, most of the role of the dietitian actually moved into the sphere of nursing. We have 2 mental health providers that work with us in our clinic. One's a therapist, kind of longer, more complex counseling. One is a behavioral health consultant, which is quick behavioral health advice, quick access for mental health services, a lot of brief intervention, a lot of triage and redeployment to other services as needed. We make sure that the behavioral health consultant has same-day access as well. We did have a staff pharmacist as well on staff at one point in time. We've kind of decided that we're moving a different direction where we have more formal agreements with all the pharmacies in town and how we manage and share care. So rather than having a pharmacist kind of on site, we're really partnering and working out how do we work best together with all the pharmacists in our community. Because they have established relationships with these patients, and patients can get a lot of the services they need, from their pharmacist, depending on how they're trained and how comfortable they are with certain things. We do 50% of all our work virtually. So this is not a COVID thing. We did this pre-COVID, and we continue to do it post-COVID. So 50% of our work happens either virtually on the phone or through virtual visits or through email. And so, I, on average, get emails from 6 to 8 patients every day. All our providers do. We manage a lot of stuff asynchronously through email. And so with some of the team changes we made, we moved from a panel size of 7,000, it was about 6,500, to 10,000 patients with no additional resources at all. So that's no extra physicians, that's no extra MPs or providers. It's just changing the way we did things and how we shared the work. And so I think that's some of the reason why people are attracted to our practice, because it lets us manage a large number of patients with good access relatively comprehensively. And if you go to the next slide, it's not really magic. So like pre-primary care networks and pre-capitation, all that demand from our patients was basically face-to-face doc work. That's the only way you're going to get service book an appointment, and see your doc. Now, if we move forward, that's only about 35% of the work is face-to-face doc work. 30% is done asynchronously or virtual. 25% is done through team members in a booked way. 10% is done through a bit of consultation and support. When I have a team member that feels like they're outside their scope or need a little extra advice or support, we might see a patient together occasionally. So 25% is them just seeing them on their own, and 10% is kind of a shared care model. But you can appreciate that this allows us to do a lot more than every service having to be done by the family physician and only the family physician. We're getting close to wrapping up, so go to the next slide. So it is a process. We invest a ton of time on improving and choreographing this team. Again, we very carefully plan how to manage things like vacations and leaves. We have many processes in place to ensure we have same-day access or good access to care, even for the providers that are away. Our motto is you have the right person do today's work today. And really leveraging the skills of our team has been a success for us. And so the next slide is really a result. So we have data that talks about pre and post patient satisfaction survey data that will tell you that our patients are immensely satisfied with the care they get. We have very, very low staff turnover. People like working, on our team. We have not had an MOA leave our practice in like 7 or 8 years at this point in time. Our nursing staff is very stable. They enjoy their job. And we have a lot of success with recruitment because people come into the environment and they like what they see and they like the work that we do. And so think about pre us doing a lot of this modernization work to post, it makes sense now in hindsight that if you come in to a place as somebody who you're recruiting and it's a chaotic environment where everybody is stretched thin, nobody communicates, and all you experience is the chaos and dysfunction, you're probably less likely to go work in that location than if you come there and people are happy and you're well supported, things are well choreographed, patients are happy, and you feel like you can do a good job. If you want some of the healthcare data results on the next slide, so my patients use the ER under 50% of any comparison group in the zone. So there's 50% less ER visits from our patient at a population level than any other comparator group. 90% of all care, 90% plus of all care received is received under our roof. They actually need to see docs 25% less, and they need to see specialists 20% less, than comparator groups. We know the people who need more intensive care planning. We deliver that to all patients. Our screening rates are incredibly high. And as we talked about, we've been able to do that and take on 3,000 to 4,000 additional patients at a community level, which I think is what we entertained or set out to do in the first place. So I'm just going to leave you with some challenges, because you might say, well, why doesn't everybody do this? And because it is hard. There are some challenges with it. One of those challenges is financial uncertainty. And so the model is incredibly financially complex to manage. And there's some risk when you convert over to this style of practice because you don't really know what you're getting into till you're kind of into it. The payment rates have been pretty stagnant. There's been no change in the average rate I'm paid for an individual in 7 to 8 years since we started. But my costs are 30 to 40% higher than they were, in that same time frame. Most of that cost is staff, by the way. 67 or 8% of my total cost is staff costs, so it's people. And of course, when you need to keep pace with Alberta Health Services and primary care networks, and even for us on the administrative side, the oil and gas industry, when it comes to receptionists and admin staff, you can't lag behind or you can't find anybody to work. And so that increased cost makes it a challenge to think about expanding. It makes it a challenge for other people to think about converting to this model. It is hard to find primary care nurses and other healthcare professionals. That's another challenge that we have day to day. I think we've been successful. But every time somebody does go on a maternity leave or, you know, move on to do extra training, we all take a collective breath and say, I hope we can find somebody to replace that individual. And lastly, there's a lot of change management. There's a lot of development work and training work to deliver on the possibilities of a capitated model. And, you know, there's a smaller percentage of people that have the kind of inclination, time, and desire to invest the effort to deliver that. You know, but I think the group that visited us from Bashaw was interested in what we were able to do, and you know, keen to think about, is there anything in this capitated style, you know, that might help with some of the service delivery for your community and surrounding communities. And I'll leave it at that, and I'm happy to, you know, take any questions that we have, and hope that was some useful background for you.
If you have questions, I've got a mic. We're live streaming, so I wish I would have had it set up before. So just raise your hand if you've got a question. Great. I'll just bring this to you. There we go. You just hang on to it. Yeah.
Can you tell me the age of your physicians? Are they younger, older staff?
There's it's a spectrum, you know, so although we had two relatively recent retirements, and so I guess in the grand scheme of things, I don't know, I'm not quite 50 yet. I still feel kind of young. So our spectrum is anywhere from, you know, late 20s to mid 50s is the age of our physician group. So it's important to know that all of the docs that work with me, except for one, were my former trainees as well. So back to the teaching medical students and residents being a key part of recruitment.
Right. So do you find it easier with the younger staff? Are they more willing to change to this kind of model?
Yes and no. So yes, because younger clinicians, not just docs, but they want to work in a collaborative team environment. You know, they've been kind of promised that in their training. You know, they've had some experiences in the university settings that were positive. They're often surprised when they get into the real world to find that it doesn't necessarily exist at a system level. So they really like the team collaboration. So that part of it is a yes. I think there's a difference, though, in expectations around payment and hours of work between docs in their late 20s and 30s than docs in their late 40s and 50s. And so there are some challenges around the fact, again, that doing community-based care for a population is probably, from a financial standpoint, the worst thing you can do. And so if you're a doc who was trained as a family doc, but you're trying to balance the work-life income side of things, you know, a lot of the new grads gravitate towards doing locums, where they just come in and out of a community. A lot of them gravitate towards doing hospital medicine only, you know, emerge medicine only, or niche practices where they're working with specialists doing things like sports medicine and orthopedics and that type of thing, you know, because quite frankly, it's because of payment issue differences. But so it's a yes and a no. You know, I think.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, we've only got 3 mics, so I've usually got a handheld, but we're using it.
Frozen.
So,
Thank you, Dr. Baylor. That was very interesting and informative. I have a question about your funding. You said 85%. Versus 15 fee for service. But does Alberta Health Services still pay for this capitation model? Like, where is the 85%?
So Alberta Health, yeah. So Alberta Health. So it's just a different payment model. Comes from Alberta Health. So it's the same payer as when I was in fee for service. It's just the payment comes differently. So what they basically do is say, okay, Brad Baylor's worth $200 a year. That's what we're willing to pay for him to be looked after in primary care. They divide that up amongst 24 payments, and they say, okay, Brad Baylor's worth $8 every 2 weeks, and they pay me $8. They pay me 85% of that $8 every 2 weeks.
So then what happens for you when the patient who is deemed $8 for 2 weeks and then has a traumatic brain injury and
Correct.
right, and
There-
requires,
Yeah, so there's a lag.
because you reassess per
It gets
animal.
reassessed yearly. So there's a lag, which is one of the issues that docs have. There's a lag. So if something major happens to a person, they'll end up recategorizing them when they recalculate them in a year, but you might end up looking after that person a little more intensively when you're not getting paid all that much. On the flip side of that, there's also people that I get paid for that I don't do all that much for, right? Like young, healthy people, I might go a year and not see them. I might see them once every 18 months. And so the mindset is just, is it globally fair versus if you really want to get down to a patient level, you'll find a lot of unfairness.
I appreciate that a lot of that is education, keeping our emerge for truly emergencies.
Yeah.
That's great. I have two questions for you. The first is, how do you manage online booking with the MOA pre-screening, and does that work well? And then the second question is, who is involved in making the decisions? Not the enforcement of the policies, but who's involved in that process out of your team?
Which kind of decisions do you make?
Just how you're going to approach distribution of care.
Tasks and care.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, perfect. So online booking. So our online booking system works this way. You request an appointment and it goes into a hold within the system. And then my reception staff have to approve or not approve that. If there's any question about if it's appropriate or it's the right length or there's pre-work to do, they work with the MOAs to make that decision before they approve the appointment. So that's how our online booking works. Works pretty smoothly the way we have it, set up now. Decision making, so you can't tell people what to do. You can't tell anyone kind of what to do. And so we do something called task analysis. So, it's a change management strategy. So I might go in and say, working with the group of nurses and say, what are you liking? What are you not liking? What do you want to do that you're not currently doing, but you think you could be doing? And we kind of pair that with the doc saying, is there work you're doing that you think somebody else could do that would free up some of your time? It's role negotiation through task analysis. So we make decisions kind of collectively or collaboratively. One of the challenges, to be honest, is, we did have one nurse when we switched to capitation who had no interest in increasing their scope of practice. They had no interest in seeing patients independently. They had no interest in prescribing. And, sometimes in life you just say, well, it's probably not a good fit anymore with what we're doing, and that's okay too. But we're very specific with anybody we hire. Part of your job is to help optimize your scope of practice and our efficiency as a team. So we expect everybody on our team to contribute to that. So it really is a collaborative role negotiation. And the different docs have different roles in our clinic. So there's a specific doc who works with the nursing team. There's another one who works with the medical office assistant team. And we spend time with them, sitting with them, talking with them, negotiating some of that stuff.
Okay, so I just glanced through the maps, but I didn't read all 300 and some pages.
We're a fast reader.
But just wondering, with the blended cap model, if and knowing with the social determinants of health that 80% of wellness is actually not medically influenced, does this model free up physicians' times to look at those social determinants of health?
Yeah. So what our roles have changed. So I really don't see a urinary tract infection anymore. That's not exactly true. Nursing capacity is stacked. We still will make decisions day to day to load level work between us. But generally, I wouldn't see urinary tract infection anymore. I see very few coughs and colds unless they're very sick. Part of that is freeing up time for me to deal with both the medically complex and socially complex people, have more time to deal with them. The other thing is that if you go through all the itemized things that my nursing team does, our nurses actually play a role in case navigation and social complexity too. So we actually have somebody on staff who will help people fill out forms, will help people navigate to the food bank. We can identify people for the nursing team to case manage. They'll check in with them regularly if they're, a million medical appointments, or just there's a bunch of social things that need to fall into place for them. So it has freed up time for us to pay more attention to that, which is probably why the emerge visitation stuff is down. So it's partly access, but it's partly we're more proactive with people that are socially and medically complex, whose sometimes only outlet is an emerge department.
My takeaway today is that you're an anomaly as far as your practice. And full disclosure, I'm an elected official, so I'm a municipal counselor. And I see advocacy as a huge tool to help change not only higher levels of government, but also within the community itself to help be proactive in that. Are you a model that you can go out and help other doctors and other health professionals to maybe encourage them to really look at this, to help solve the problem, maybe be proactive like you said, versus it's not a big change, it's just taking that small bite at a time in that process. And I realize every community is different. I'm from the Rocky Mountain House area. We have our own issues as far as remoteness and things like that. And I know as a municipal councillor, we're talking about maybe bringing mobile services.
Yep.
We do have the for prostate and breast cancer screening, etc. But what more could we do? So just your perspective on those levels. We frequently have people that come out and they, tour the clinic, and there are actually now 12 practices like this. I mean, it's 12 out of 900 and some globally, but it's 12. It was 1 for 3 years, so 12 is better than 1. But, and so all those practices are practices that kind of learned from us, and we helped with that transition. And, actually we also have had clinics from Saskatchewan and other places as well. And so the answer is yes, you can teach these principles, you can help people if there's a willingness, to kind of make that shift. And the reason that I only work half-time clinically is I've also done change management stuff at a system level for 15 years too. So I worked with, I think I'm up to 400 clinics in Alberta, over that time period. So we do a lot of stuff. It is teachable, but there has to be a willingness to kind of change. Some of that willingness might mean that, the providers need a little extra help and support from the communities that they live in to make those changes. And so I think there is a role of the municipality and the community to come together and say, how do we meet this need? Do you have awareness of different models? What else could we do? Do you have a willingness? And then try and find some mentors to help them through that. Okay.
You might have covered this already, but I spent a month and a half looking for a doctor. I finally found one that I'm going to see, and they're not quite, but almost an hour away. So when people come, you said you have a big influx of, summer, 3 months. Do you take, and I don't mean this personally, and I do mean this personally. Do you take new patients, or do you guys, do you have a limit already?
So again, we have a capacity. Every system has a capacity. Denying that capacity just means you deny everybody care, and so. There is a capacity, there's a math to this. And so we are always looking at ways to change our care model to be able to add more patients. But we do hit a cap where we don't take any more people. And you are right, the need out there is a bit dire. It's at a national level, actually. We actually have had 2 new docs coming to the community. One started
just before Christmas, one next week, and I was telling some folks, so we opened to new patients for like 2.5 weeks, and we signed up 2,200 in those 2.5 weeks, and then we had to close it down. That's
Unreal,
kind of
yeah.
where it's at right now. Yeah.
Yeah, and so if a community, so, because everything I hear, I'm just like, holy, like, that's amazing what you do. If a community started requesting this, like, kind of groundswell, do you think that would help?
Yeah, so I think so. Yeah, I think so. The other thing that's really nice about this model is I'm very well supported. I mean, the only way I can look after all those people is because I'm very well supported.
Right.
And so, there is a bit of a chicken and an egg thing, like how do you build it so that a provider might say, wow, that looks great, and I can come in and I can work there, or do you need the provider to say, boy, I'm open to new ways of working, and I'll come help you, kind of build this model so it works for your community. But I do think community activation helps, for sure.
Brilliant, thanks.
Thank you. Well, actually, Wendy's kind of covered what I was going to ask, and that is that, okay, I mean, I'm from Stettler, so this is not as my role on a daily basis, but as a citizen. How do you get those two areas talking? In other words, I mean, we've got a number of, obviously, clinics, and we've got doctors, we've got a hospital, but from a municipal standpoint, how do we connect those dots where maybe it is a groundswell where there's enough community members that are saying, I think we've got an issue here with we can't get a doctor, or I'm not really satisfied with the healthcare system, but I mean, I never thought about even thinking about going to our municipal office and saying, we need help. I don't know that the average person living in our community would even occur to them that they have a position here that they can do that, or that they can, because maybe our doctors in our community, are adverse to, I just, that's what as I said, I think Wendy's pretty much covered it. How do we, as a citizen in the community, maybe bring these two parties together?
So listen, I think somebody has to play the role of convener, and I think the presentation this morning talked about how do you convene people who have a shared interest in solving a collective problem. And I think when it comes to healthcare services, it's a very similar approach. You can kind of learn from what was talked about this morning. Somebody has to play the convener, and I think the municipality can play the role as convener of those discussions. And so as a regular citizen, it will be talking to your municipality about what is your role in health and healthcare. Are you talking to your providers? Do you know what the needs of the community members are? Are you doing any of that work to convene people together to talk about the problems? And, really bringing people together is about saying, do we have a shared interest in finding a different solution to what we're doing right now? And I think you'll find that in general, not every provider in the world, not every doc in the world are open to discussions on how can we do things differently that might make my life better and the citizen's life better and life a little less chaotic. So for me, municipality playing the role as convener, I think is the important part. Somebody's got to kickstart it, get it started, and help it maintain some life until it kind of takes on a life of its own.
Unraveling here, don't worry about it.
Speaking about recruitment and hiring, when it comes to locum coverage, since you're operating in such a unique fashion, do you run into challenges with that, or are you selecting from a select pool? And have you had any locums that come in and appreciate the model so much that they're open to either coming and joining the practice or sharing that concept?
So we pay our locums differently. I mean, most locums that come into practice, they just bill fee for service. Well,
course, our model doesn't kind of work like that. And so our locums get paid a sessional rate. You know, they get paid essentially a daily rate for a very defined basket of services and responsibilities, clearly laid out in the contract. We generally don't have problems recruiting locums because they know exactly what they have to do and exactly what they're going to get paid to do it. And we just make sure that we monitor the sessional rate we pay them so that it's somewhat attractive, for them. At the same time, we also want to try and do as much in-house cross coverage, as we can. But we kind of know the threshold where if we get below a certain service delivery level, we're going to run into challenges, and that triggers us looking for locums. So that's how we manage locums, and generally they're happy with that. And yes, there have been a couple that have joined after being a locum and then deciding that they want to stay there. So. Sure, I'll write it down for you. Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, do you want this? I'll use this one? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll just talk like this. All right. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Dr. Baylor, for that. I hope that conversation, that presentation was, got the wheels turning for you. And looking at, I know that when we were out there, it just seemed like what you were hearing on the news wasn't maybe so much true. And I know Georgie's done a lot of research for us and just discovering things like there's actually a lot of physicians coming out of school, more than we've ever had. It's just their scope of practices are changing, kind of what they're choosing to do. They might not just be an in-medical kind of service or an in-service, in-clinic service, but instead they're doing more around the community piece or however that looks. So, yeah, I think it's very interesting, and I do thank you for bringing all that information to us. So next we're going to be moving to lunch. I believe, Jackie, did we book an hour for that? Yeah. Okay. So it's just arriving. It's provided today. We brought it in from May's Kitchen, which is out of Muir, and it should be good home-cooked food. I understand it to be soup or salad, and a sandwich, as well as dessert. And yeah, was there anything else around things before we break? Please take the time to network if you need to go for a walk. It's your time to use however you may see. We will convene back here at 1 o'clock with Unstoppable Conversations. Wendy and Vic are going to be leading that with us. And we'll just go from there. So thank you.
Yeah, it's a
Check, mic, check.
$10 a person or $40 for the family. Ready? Oh, there you go. Thank you. We'll get started with our afternoon, which is entirely made up of one person, which is Vic Mirage. I'm going to I'll let you guys find your seats for a second. I'm going to let Vic tell you a little bit about himself, but what I want to tell you about Vic is that Vic is the one that came to our community in 2012 and helped us to get started with that mindset shift we were talking about in a community, which we now know for a fact that without that mindset shift, we would not have achieved what we achieved. It had to happen. And the only way we were able to do that is through facilitation. And we have worked with Unstoppable for 11 years now, and we bring them in constantly. And because it reinforces what we learned that day or those days, and it helps people who have not been involved before in the work that we're doing. So I'll introduce Vic Mirage of Unstoppable Conversations, and maybe he can tell you a bit more about himself too.
Okie dokie. Thank you. All right. Hello, everybody. So I'm Vic. I live in Edmonton. I have two boys, 15 and 17. My wife is actually trained in this work, and she's keeps us straight. As you'll see, this work this work has to have you confront and have to be honest about the way it is in your community. And although everybody knows the way it is, they're not honest about the way it is. Does that make sense? You know how you know something, but nobody's talking about it? So it turns out that the transformation of community has a lot to do with what you tend to talk about. And if you're not talking about the way it actually is and pretending, it's tough for a community to transform. You know, I've had the privilege of coaching many executives around the world, and a large portion of those executives are actually functional alcoholics. The stress of their job, what they do, the pressure to perform. A CEO has a shelf life of 3 years. A lot of them are actually functional alcoholics. And so I've had the chance to get to understand 12-step programs, AA, and other awesome organizations like that. But what I've got from it is AA is not that dissimilar from the work that Jackie and the leaders in Basha did 11 years ago. They came to a moment of reckoning where they told the truth. You know, just like if you've seen on movies or if you know somebody touched by alcoholism or you've been in a STEP program, do you know what the first step is? Yeah. It's a step up to the mic with a whack of people looking at you and say, I'm Vic, I'm an alcoholic. Now some work can begin. So you can't fix something that you don't acknowledge. How are you going to get that fixed? You can't get out of a trap you don't know you're in. How are you going to get out of a trap you don't know you're in? What trap? So the work we began 11 years ago is kind of that nature. And my history is that I lead programs for Unstoppable, coaching, consulting. We never worked in communities, ever. We worked in large to medium businesses, not-for-profits. And then Jackie had the harebrained idea that this might be able to work in a community. And so it turns out it does work in a community. Why? Because there's people, and people have similar operating principles. The software might look a little different, but the hardware is the same. And Jackie, you're not Jackie, you're the other one. You're Wendy. So Wendy's my colleague, and they're sisters. So, yeah, see, they are sisters. Yep. And Lori's the other one. Where's Lori hiding out? No. Okay, she's downstairs. Okay, that's Wendy's twin, identical twin. Okay, so it's a family affair here in Bashaw. And it turns out actually something noteworthy. My wife's parents were born in Bashaw, and who knew? So it really is a family affair. And actually, the first time I showed up here, Pam, so Jackie's mom, put a family tree or book on my desk I was talking from, and she opened it up and she goes, "There's you." So I have to be in the Bashaw family thing, okay? So, okay, so where to begin? So let me tell you where not to begin, okay? So when you want to make a difference with as a group, and you want to make a difference in the trajectory of your group, whether that group be a team, whether that group be a town or a company, most people begin with where it intuitively sounds right, but it's not. They begin by envisioning a future, okay, how it could be. In companies, they call it mission, vision, value statements, right? Strategic planning is always look forward. They look forward, and it intuitively sounds right. We don't like the way it is here completely. What could it be? Yeah? Sounds logical, even for an individual. I don't like where I am in my life right now. I'm going to think about where I could be and go after it, and close that gap, okay? So it's totally logical to do that for the human brain, okay? Envision a future and close the gap from now to then. Okay, it turns out that doesn't work, though. It turns out that doesn't work. See, people have been trying to inspire other people for millennia about a future that isn't here now. Can you see that? They're really trying to inspire people, paint a picture of that future. It could be better, and try and reach it. It just hasn't worked. How do we know? Because not much has changed in the world. Not much has changed really. Things have changed. Okay, fine. You change your underwear. Great. The weather changes. This and that odd policy changes. But nothing has really changed if you take a sobering look at it. Okay, homelessness is on the rise, right? Nothing's really changed. Governments come in, governments go out. Nothing really changes other than the letterhead. So how come? How come nothing really changes? In fact, the old adage, the more things change, the more they stay the same. How come? It certainly ain't for a lack of willingness or desire that all of us want certain things changed. So, bringing it back down to a community level, you can't begin at that end. You actually cannot begin with the desired future in mind. As logical and inspiring and as positive as that is, you cannot begin there. Because if you begin there, you're not acknowledging what got us here in the first place. See, there is a what got us here. We didn't get here by accident. No one got to where they are by accident. No community got to where they are by accident. It got here for a reason. And the question is, see, if you and I don't get what that reason is, and we build some fantastic future, that reason's still around. That mechanism's still around. So when I work with companies, most strategic plans fail. They fail. They come up with these grand schemes and ideas in the strategic planning of it. And by the end of the year, they've hardly achieved anything. And in the human brilliance, what do you think people do the next year? What do they blame for the lack of failure? They blame the plan. That was a crappy plan for the 30th year in a row. We better make a new plan. You see that? We better make a new plan. And then that fails, and they make a new plan, and that fails, they make a new plan. Sounds like the government. Yeah, well, that's government, that's private industry, that's not-for-profits, that's churches. Look, that's anyone who's trying to get better. They make a grand plan, and for some reason, it doesn't deliver the goods. And they think it's a plan. Okay, but it ain't the plan. So, but nobody's dealing with this kind of common factor that things fail all the time after planning. So they either blame the plan or they blame the people executing the plan. Okay? Because that's how people are wired. They want to find the most tangible thing that they can see to blame. So people are not very good with this concept called culture. It's the culture of the organization. It's the culture of the community. See, that's really too abstract. Everybody knows something's true about it. You know what I'm saying? If I go to your town, you know there's something going on there. You know there's something in between the lines there. You can't measure it. I mean, you can't measure it, but you know it's there. It's the whatever you want to call it, the vibe, the energy, the culture of the community, what people encounter when they're there, like something intangible there. Oh, and then there's some people and buildings. But see, because you can't measure whatever that factor is. You know what I mean? You can't measure it. People go to what they can measure, which is I can see you, so therefore I can blame you. Okay? And the analogy I'd give you for this is, you know, if you're walking and you come on a pond or a lake and the fish are all floating, do you blame the fish? That'd be stupid. Yeah, and what particular environment though? Yeah, the water. Any intelligent person would say, well, what the hell's in the water? What is in the water here? They would never blame the fish. But that's not how we do it here. We're fish blamers. That's how it works. You blame the last government, new one in. Blame that government, new one in. Blame that government. See, no one's voting for anyone these days. Everyone's voting against. The world has changed. Everyone's voting against. It used to be for, now it's just against things. So we blame the fish, and we blame the fish, and the merry-go-round goes round and round. New fish come in. So keep with my analogy, right? Okay, great. We got some new fish. Some new fish that we put in the same pond. I wonder what's going to happen. It ain't rocket science. So unless we find a way to deal with the pond, screwing around at the fish level is useless. How do we know? Nothing's really changing except new fish, which will become old thinking fish real quick. So this is the kind of the setup, I guess, for the approach, let me say it that way, for the approach that we together we took with Basha leaders. This sets up the logic, okay, of why we took the unique approach we took. You can't begin at the inspirational end, unfortunately, until you deal with the ugly end. See, until you start to tell the truth about the way it is here that got us here and that is killing the community, you can't truly build anything new because that is a counterforce. See, there's always a counterforce for human beings. They aspire for something, but there's a counterforce always present. Look, it's even in relationships. You say you love your partner unconditionally, but the moment there's a difference of opinion, there's a counterforce that's going to start to destroy what you claim to be love. You're going to start arguing. In fact, you'll even have thoughts, I hate you, whereas 1 hour ago you said, I love you. There's always a counterforce there. But nobody's really talking about this counterforce and its gravitational pull on aspirational dreams. Because the conversation's too ugly. You see? I don't want to talk about that. Can't we keep it positive? And human beings are not very good at dealing with reality. They like to be positive. Can you see that? And then there's negative people, okay, but they're not dealing with reality either. They're dealing with their version of reality, which is so skewed, it's as negative as the optimists are positive. But nobody's dealing with the middle, like how is it really? So one thing that a community needs to get real good at is having straight conversations about the way it actually is, which, by the way, isn't a negative conversation. People call it negative so they can avoid it. No, if there are 50 charities or not-for-profits in a community of 800, cannibalizing the same pot of money, burning out volunteers, that ain't negative. That's just the way it is. You see? But people don't want to have that conversation because they call it negative. And therefore they stay stuck because they won't have the real conversations they need to have. They're also positive, you know, and aspirational. Did you get the example I gave you? By the way, it should sound familiar. Okay, or why doctors don't stick around. You know why doctors don't stick around? Because the mindset is you're not going to stick around. So when I encounter you, Mr. Doctor, who I already have a mindset you're not going to stick around, how do I treat you? Like you ain't going to stick around. And guess what happens to you? You don't stick around. But see, all of this is behind the curtain. Okay, it's in the water. But we don't have a good way of looking there. So we blame the doctor. We blame the fish, the latest fish. Jerk. Do you see what he wore and how he handled himself like he was on his way out? 1 foot in, 1 foot out. We had nothing to do with it. We're so welcoming. We're so welcoming. People have been living here for 30 years. They were in Denelda. They now live here for 30 years. They're not from here. It's in the water. It's in the water. It's not even you put it in the water. Do you get it? You didn't even put it in the water. It's just in the water. I don't know why it's in the water. It's just in the water. So, until you find a way, which is one of the ways we brought to Basha, to deal with the water and stop screwing around with the fish, nothing's really going to change. Okay? No matter what tips you get, advice you get, none of the advice is likely at the level of the water. Does that make sense? No, what water? Yeah. So the box, creating outside the box. A box is another synonym for the water, right? What is it that day in, day out we exist in? That in this environment, whatever it is, yet to be named, that we exist in, it shapes and limits the way we think, act, and plan. Whatever this environment is. Okay? I mean, it was minus 14 billion, a few days ago? Okay? If you lived in a minus 14 billion environment, it's going to shape how you think, act, and plan. That's just the nature of that environment versus living on a beach. So it stands to reason in a community there's a particular environment that has the same forces at play. Okay, and synonyms for that would be culture. What's the culture? Okay, and by the way, culture is a good word. Corporate culture is another way. Cultures, African cultures, Indian cultures, Aboriginal cultures. See, that's the water of that group of people, you see? Spanish culture, French culture. Well, what the hell is culture? Culture is that intangible way we do it here. But until you get your hands on the way we do it here, it's playing house. Because the way we do it here is everything. It's foundational. Everything stands on top of the way we do it here. You know, corporately, in the 80s, ironically, a guy named Deming went to Japan and transformed the automotive industry in Japan. And it was ridiculous. They produced this thing called Kaizen, which is continuous improvement. They started to kick ass. Okay, American manufacturers, North American manufacturers start to go downhill. So Detroit, Motor City, thought they would bring back the whatever got built in Japan, the thinking, the process, and install it in Detroit and just copy what Japan's doing, the process. It failed because the water in Japan is different than the water in Detroit. So although it's the exact same process, you'd think you could just port it right over. It failed because the American mentality wasn't amenable to what the Japanese could produce. Okay, and vice versa, by the way. It's not like some groups got it handled. So that's what the next little bit of this conversation is about, is what's in the water, and there's not much methodology I've ever found that deal with a community at this level that I'm calling water culture. You'll see me introduce a new term, mindset, mentality, whatever you want to call it. It's that intangible way we do it here, way we think here, way we operate here. All right, so let me shut up for a moment so we can interact a bit. Anything about that? Because look, I don't want to go on like a big university lecturer. I want you to pepper me with questions, yeah, but, how about, or what if this, okay, or I don't agree with that. Anything. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we just want to get it on live stream, so thank you so much.
So how do you change the water without addressing the fish?
It's a system, so it's like water fish. It's a system, right? Because the fish, what? They crap in the water and they make the water, and then and then the plants, and so the water's also not independent of anything.
Right.
Yeah.
They're still contributing to the water. They're
Absolutely.
still putting things in it.
They're putting things in it, but they're also being shaped by it for what they put in it. See, it's a symbiotic relationship. This water is building the fish that builds the water, that builds and then the plants, and they're all interacting. They're all kind of sustaining some persistent environment. Do you get that? And if you do go to a healthy lake, there is a persistence to that environment. It rarely changes. The alkalinity of the lake rarely changes, unless some human-made thing comes in, which we tend to do and blow things up. If you leave it to its own devices, it's hit a homeostatic level. It's in balance. They kind of keep things around the same way, decade after decade. So so you don't change the water without dealing. You can't just take all the fish out, put them in a new tank. Okay? Hey, everybody here, get your butt to Forestburg while we clean the water here. Okay? It's just not going to work that way. So you got to find a way to deal with all the fishies in the water all at once, because they're all in it together. So, and I'm going to show you how an approach to do that, right? Yeah, good question. Okay, yeah, anybody else? Any yeah buts, what ifs? Yeah.
What if some of your fish just get up and leave?
What if they do?
Yeah.
You mean like your kids?
Yeah, no, your kids, but also if you bring everybody to a table and some of them just walk out.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's already happening. Yeah, but that's already happening.
Yeah, I know it is, but I just wanted to know if you have any suggestions for keeping them.
Oh, for sure. But see, it's already happening because of the current water. That's what happens in your water. People leave, people quit, people get mad, and then they gossip. And then they collude and build coalitions against da-da-da-da. That is the predictable behavior of the fish in your water. That's not weird.
No, I'm not suggesting it is. I'm just looking.
Can I give you this? So sorry. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm not suggesting that it is.
But how do you deal with it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, how you deal with it is you need a different environment. See, because you and I are busy focusing on the people who leave, right? With their grudges, and that's just like them, and they always do that, and there's certain ones that stick around and like that. So how we currently deal with it is at the level of the fish. There they go again, right? So part of the conversation we're going to have, it's all related to the water. That's what certain fishies do in that kind of water. Especially young ones, by the way, which are busy being shut down like their opinion doesn't matter. Because that's also in the water. And then we wonder why those little ones leave. Okay, so yeah, how you deal with that is all related to the same level I'm talking about. This requires an entirely new mindset if you want people to stick around. Because the current mindset we have in communities doesn't have people stick around. It has them feel alienated, has them feel undervalued. And it's not only in communities, it's most corporate organizations, most every groups. See, as soon as you get human beings together, it's over. It's a real problem. Human beings are individually smart on paper. And if we left it at that, we'd be just fine. But something happens in the humanity of it all when people come together. Smart people are not smart together. And nobody truly understands that. How come? Why all of a sudden is this self-interest so competitive? Why can't we lay down our arms for a moment and build something together? How come? We all see the value in it, but what's the counterforce? What's the unacknowledged counterforce, the invisible counterforce tearing down that which we want to build together? What is it? And the answer is not that we're all evil people. Well, we just got all the wrong ones again. No, they're all most of the people are the right people, most of them. But there's still this counterforce that hasn't been accounted for. That's one of them. But self-interest is one of those counterforces for sure. Okay, but we're not very good at addressing self-interest. Okay, because there's nothing wrong with self-interest. As a human being, you're built with self-interest, so our species survives. If on the top of your list wasn't your concern for eating, we die out. Eating and not being eaten. That's at the top of your list in your brain. When push comes to shove, that's fundamentally what your brain is reduced to. Don't eat me. Can I eat you? That's it. That's Homo sapien. 250,000 years old. Okay? So there's nothing wrong with self-interest, but we're very bad at managing it, addressing it, including it, talking about it. And the big one is talking about it. That's the big one. We don't talk about it. But we know it's there. But I'm Mary Poppins, I just want good for you. So because we suck at talking about it, things crumble in the end. Because there wasn't a realistic accounting for everything we need to talk about. Not just the positive stuff. The more important stuff is the self-interested stuff we need to talk about. And get good at it. But we're not. We're Canadian. So don't rock the boat. Let sleeping dogs lie and then watch everything fail later. Why? Because we suck at talking about difficult things. Okay, don't worry. Israel and Slovakia, other places I work, they tear it down other ways. Okay, don't worry about it. If you're going to fail, ours is not a bad way to fail. Okay? Other people are failing terribly other ways. But in the end, it's still a failure. Okay, so.
Question, Becky.
Yeah.
When you say everybody's not talking about it and they're failing, would you say, though, that the narrative is being driven by a very small minority and not necessarily, like you have a lot of people who just stay silent and don't want to fight
Yeah.
the bad narrative?
Yeah.
What we don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
So instead of using their energy, like the keyboard warriors, like, things like that. I mean, a Facebook site that says, voice your opinion.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yeah.
To me, doesn't paint. That's part of the water, I would assume.
Yeah. Yeah, the current narrative, there's no shortage of narratives, so that's not new. I want to give you, but the narrative is shaped a certain way because of there's Russian dolls, okay, one nested inside another, nested inside another nest, tells like the big grandmummy doll, okay. So your community has its distinct mentality, okay, with its kind of distinct narratives for that geography and that history and, when it was founded and who did what. And it has some unique conversations to that doll, okay? But then that little doll, your community, sits inside of a bigger doll, okay? Let's call the bigger doll Alberta. And Albertans have a certain mentality. Have you noticed? Could be easily summed up as get her done. Okay, and that encompasses a lot, those couple words there. Okay, what does that mean? Well, you and I know what that means. But France doesn't know what that means. No, that means a fierce independence. I don't need your handout. I did it for myself. You do it too. Tough as nails. Suck it up, princess. Move through. Could mean redneck, but it doesn't often mean redneck. It's more of a get her done. Because I tell you, I meet corporate people. They're get her done and they're born rich and, you know what I mean? Fine. But get her done's a kind of a mindset of which the kind of the hallmark of get her done is a fierce independence. Could you align on that? Like a real independence. So, your community sits inside of the Albertan mindset, which is very different from the BC mindset. Hippies out there, okay? Okay, which is different from the Ontario mindset, which is different from the Maritime mindset, okay? So there's a slightly different doll on Alberta than the other doll for BC and, Nova Scotia. Okay, so your community sits inside that other doll that kind of has an overarching constraint on it. Do you get that? It has a say over your community's mindset. Thou shalt not go beyond the borders of the larger doll, the way it thinks. Okay, good, fine. Then the Alberta doll sits inside the Canada doll. Okay? So Canada has a particular mindset in the world. We created the Charter of Human Rights and we're very nice. Americans use our flag on their backpacks in Europe to stay alive. Okay, we're very nice people. We don't rock the boat. I won't, more the shadow of it, I won't tell you what I think, but I'll tell her what I think about you. Okay, when I smile, you have no idea what is going on behind here. How's your weekend? Fine. Good. You? Fine. Good. Fine. Good. Okay, so there's a kind of Canadianness there. You get that? Pros, cons. So there's your pond, inside the Alberta pond, inside the ocean of the more of the Sea of Canada, okay? And then the ultimate doll is being human. And that's the ultimate level we want to deal with. Because that's where the foot's nailed to the floor fundamentally, okay? And no matter where you are, how old you are, what culture you're in, Tutsi, Hutu, Gypsy, Russian, French, who cares? The fundamental one has the fundamental grandmummy doll has several qualities to it that constrain all of it. Okay? And I'll give you one of those elements. Blame. Show me somebody who doesn't blame. You can't. Why? Because that's so fundamental to being human. Happens at 3 years old. He hit me first. Really? Like that. Just like that. It's just in the DNA. He hit me first. And then it only gets worse from there. Okay, and then we're in a community and we're a little taller but he hit me first. Okay? So, the narratives that go on, the narratives are narratives of blame. That's the key. See, there's certain narratives that are quite empowering, but they are not narratives of blame. But most of the narratives you'll find in the community are narratives of blame. Why? Because that's what's in the human water, fundamentally. If you're going to deal with a problem, you must find who's to blame. So it's a big whodunit game for human beings. In other words, which fish? But nobody's dealing with the environment in which these fish grow up this way, think this way, act this way. Because the tangible part of it is the fish's behavior, not the source, what's producing it. So, okay, so we got to get to this thing that I'm calling the water or the mindset or the mentality. If there's going to be anything new produced, you've got to strike it at the root cause, not the symptoms downstream, which is people's behavior. Trying to change someone's behavior is so far downstream because the behavior came from somewhere. If you're not dealing with the source of the behavior, even with your own children, it is often a waste of time because the source is still intact. Yeah, I won't do it again, Dad. Good. Until I do it again. Well, I wonder what the source of that is. See, and grounding people and disciplining them isn't dealing with the source. It's at the behavior modification level. So it can't be sustainable. It'll be temporarily valuable, you know what I mean? But we're not getting to the heart of the matter. Okay, so Jack, can you show that triangle slide? Oh, no, don't. Oh, yeah. Oh, let's do that one first. Yeah. My master technician.
Let's go back to one.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that one's good. That one's good. Okay, so look, anytime, this is like a summation of, I don't know, 100 years, maybe 1,000 years of, let's call it 100 for now. No, actually, 1,000's valid. 1,000 years of human beings trying to change the system. Okay? Because if I ask you, everybody would say, you know the system is broken, yes? Who doesn't know the system is broken? Judicial system, if you get a divorce, you'll find that out real quick. If you're going to, whatever, it's all broken. Health systems, 7, 10-hour wait times, okay? The system is broken. Okay, fine. And by the way, there's not a system in the world that isn't broken. If you think you're going to go find a system that works, good luck. Do you know why they're all broken? Humans. If you got rid of the humans, we'd be fine. So here's the default approach for trying to change any system, of which Basha and every other community is its own system. People try and first go to the tangible. Okay? This is the default. Policies. You see that? Let's get a bylaw change, a policy change. Practices. Practices are those things that are not in black and white, but they're habits we have. Change our practices. Let's get more youth to the meeting. You get that? That would be like a practice. Let's change our practice of just us. Let's get one of them in. Okay? Or resource flow, which is a fancy term for money. Okay, but it's also volunteer time and people's energy. Okay? So can you see that that's the first and most obvious way as a person you see to impact the system? Change the tangible stuff. Get more money, get more grant money, get more people, get more time, right? And then change the policies. That is the layer that's most visible. Yeah? Okay. But is that really working? For some reason, it's not working. Okay? Why it's not working, or mostly not working, is underneath it is another layer that pins it. So you might change the policy, But because of who I am in the community and my connections and relationships, I'm above the law. But thanks for trying. It's just because you can change all the policies and practices, but some people just won't follow them. Okay? Or there's strong groups in the community, or so on and so forth. So the next level, relationships, connections, and power dynamics, actually is what's underneath that must get solved first. So if you look in your community, aren't there certain relationships and coalitions that are thwarting the future? And it's hard to interrupt them. It's hard to interrupt those relationships. Or the relationships are not great, they're crap relationships. Your grandpappy stole my grandpappy's horse in 1842, and I remember. Do you see? So we don't like those people. We only like these people. So those are relationships too. Terrible relationships. So there's coalitions of like-minded people who keep things stuck, and there's the relationship we have with some people is to have no relationship. But that's a relationship. See, there's no such thing as not having a relationship. You don't not have a relationship with people. You have a relationship with everybody. The only question, what is it? Oh, is it an estranged relationship? You see? See, I have a relationship with this pew right now. It's called how close am I to it? Oh, my relationship to it is it's further away now. Oh, my relationship to it now, I'm closer to the pew. But you and I are always in relationship. The only question is what kind? Okay, a distant one, a close one, an animosity, affinity. So there's relationships that are in the community that are estranged relationships. They're the other. So at that level, you can see how are you going to legislate dignity? What do you do? Make a policy for dignity? But see, humans aren't very good at dealing with that, so they do try and ram it through legislation, policy, legislate respect. Okay? It doesn't work. And then underneath that is the mothership. Okay, the mentality, the mental model, the water, the culture, that little inverted red triangle is another way to say what I've been saying for a few minutes, is that's the linchpin of the whole thing. How do we do it here? What's the way we do it here? The way we think here that shapes everything. Okay? So, to deal with the upside down red triangle level is playing with fire. Because people are very sensitive at that level. It's very exposing. Okay, that policy stuff is safe. See, it's safe to talk about policies. Totally safe. Safe to talk about money. But to talk about my bankrupt mentality about you? No thanks. To talk about me loathing and hating your kind? No thanks. Okay? Is there not another way? Can we just take a nice pill and have our community transformed? Nope. I am an alcoholic. Must be done. And if it's not done, nothing will really change. But we'll go for more grants and go on the wheel again. So Basha had the courage to engage in this conversation. And back then in 2012, we didn't have this pretty picture. We just had a bunch of annoying questions, which they were more than ready to answer. So, see, mentality is such a big deal, and it's so ill understood. But it really is everything. I mean, my advice is whatever money you're pouring into more and more programs, more and more task forces, more and more doing within the same hidden mentality, I'd really reevaluate that. See, I was saying to Jackie, the city, everywhere has a rise of homelessness. Okay, it's big time. Edmonton's out of control right now. Okay, there were 6,000 complaints in the first month. Okay, there's 6,000 complaints in the whole year last year. 2 years ago. So the city of Edmonton is going to put together, and starting to put together, a task force on homelessness. Oh, this is going to be great. Another several $1 million flushed down the toilet, which will make no difference. Do you know how I know? Somebody name a task force that's ever made a difference. Yet another task force, another committee, another bunch of humans getting together without understanding the nature of how they're about to sabotage everything, because they're human. And then they argue their opinions, and the cops want to destroy encampments because of this, and the not-for-profits want that, and the on, and they'll argue and argue and argue because they don't have a way to communicate that is outside the water they were born in. The way they must communicate is to make the other wrong, blame, defend, and prove. Rinse and repeat. And they don't know another way. And neither do you. Because that's the human water. You know, some brief moments of enlightenment where you actually heard somebody and they actually heard you and they're like impacted. Brief moments. You could probably count them on your hand over your lifetime where you shared your opinion and somebody actually got it without adding to it, changing it, refuting it. They just really got it. Wow, okay, I got it. Very rare moments. So, That's a good question. What's the language you need here? So you do need a different language, okay? To make something different, you do need a different language in how you deal with things. So the first thing that has to happen is you got to deal with this thing called mentality. Okay, you got to kind of let go of the millennia-old addiction to doing. Because doing makes us feel like we're getting somewhere. We got a task force, like the government. We gave X bajillion dollars to da-da-da-da. See, we did something. Do you know how many billions the government's given out? And I mean every government has given out. Nothing's changing. But boy, does it make us feel like we did something. And we got a task force, so we did something there. And when the dust settles, nothing's changed. But we did something. I'm sure we did. So I'm saying I invite you to give up the addiction to the tried and true approaches throughout humanity. Task forces, committees, doing, surveys, reports. All of it's part of the same old paradigm, the same old water. And start to consider the possibility of striking at mentality. Striking at what's got everybody pinned. I'll give you an example of the power of shifting a mindset, okay? Through a goofy little story. So there's this old guy, okay? Now this whole story is to illustrate, without doing anything really, how you can change someone's mindset real quick and change their behavior real quick. So this old guy sits on a porch, okay, rocking every day in his house, in front of his house. His house is right in front of a bus stop. So, every day, a batch of kids comes on, gets on the bus, goes to school. In some years, he gets a bad batch of kids. This year, he has a bad batch of kids. 3 boys are particularly bad. So they come to the bus stop, first day of school. They see the old guy. They call him names. You old coot, you're senile, you're ugly. They get on the bus, they go to school. Okay? And then one of them starts to throw a rock. Okay, throws a rock at his house. This goes on for the first week, 2 weeks. The old man is like sitting there, rocking, watching this all go down. He's getting really annoyed, okay? So on the 3rd week, as it begins, over the weekend, he hatches a plan, okay? And then he executes his plan. So Monday morning, the 3rd week comes, the boys come up the road to catch the bus, call him names, throw some rocks at his house. And as they're about to go get on the bus, the old guy actually gets up out of his rocker. And he hobbles down the walkway to his little white gate, and he looks across the gate. The boy says, wait. He goes, wait, boys. Wait, fellas. I have a proposition for you. They're like, what? And he goes, here it is. Every morning you come by my house and call me names and throw rocks, I will give you each a loonie. Huh? Isn't that a brilliant plan? Just wait. So they this guy's senile to boot. Gets on the bus, go home. Next morning they come by the house. Throw rocks, call them names, but with a little curiosity. So they stick around before they get on the bus. And sure as anything, he gets out of his rocker, comes on the walkway, gives them each a loonie. They're shocked. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, same deal. Killer. Slurpees, sours, they're living it up. Next week come, same thing. This is unbelievable. Next month starts. They come, they throw rocks, call him names. He comes down the walkway, they stick their hands out, gives them a quarter. Gives them a quarter. To which the ringleader goes, "What? What happened to the buck?" Pension cuts and da-da-da. Okay, they're like, okay. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, rocks, names. Next week comes, they come by, rocks, names, comes down the walkway, they put their hands out, gives them a penny. To which the ringleader says, "What? What is this?" It's ran out of super pension cuts, really terrible pension cuts. The leader goes, looks at these other two guys, they look at him, and they go, "We're not doing this anymore. It's not worth it." Is it? That's a 99% pay cut. Would you go to work for a 99% pay cut? I didn't think so. See the messed up logic? But what did he change? See, they did this thing they loved. They don't need any money. A month later, they're not doing the thing they love. What's changed? It's a change of mindset. Eradicate an entire problem. See, it's a dumb little story, but see, unless you go after the mindset, trying to change things at the level of behavior is just BS. No, something's got it all pinned. Something's got it pinned, and you got to get it disrupted at the root. So Basha got it disrupted. So here's what happened, okay? And Jackie might have shared a little bit about it in the morning. See, here's the simple process. You get a bunch of people together and they tell the truth. It's so proprietary, it's unstoppable. You get a bunch of people together and they tell the truth. But they're not going to tell the truth. Do you know why? They're humans. Humans don't tell the truth. Humans pretend. Humans use this term for telling the truth. They call it being vulnerable. You know what being vulnerable is? Going through a minefield is being vulnerable. But see, they dress it up with this drama. I just don't know if I can be that vulnerable. So it's a big deal for human beings to tell the truth. A lot of significance and mass. So they need a facilitated conversation to get it rolling. And they need an environment to sustain the kind of permission and safety and confidence and all the things that need to be there to enable a human being to actually say the truth and keep saying the truth. They need a lot of tending to, these human beings. Nurturing, reassurances, if they're going to keep telling the truth. Have you noticed that with these human beings? They're not so quick to tell the truth. They had to sniff your hand for a bit first. So the short of it is, you bring a bunch of people together and they tell the truth. But they got to tell the truth in a certain way. See, one thing that people collapse for the truth is their opinion. See, the way in which people need to tell the truth is what we call authenticity. But see, if I give you the word, and I just did the word authenticity, you have a definition of authenticity already without you knowing it because of the water you swim in. And it's not my definition, but you already have one. And the definition you have is not what I mean. But first, to get what I mean, you got to hear the way you hear the word authentic first, by default. So when I say authentic, what does it bring to mind? Being real, which means? Okay, being honest, right? Okay, I don't mean that. And there's a reason I don't mean that. Because, look, there's a certain kind of honest that I quite like. I took the $5, I did it, I'm giving it back to you. Great honesty. Do you get that? Somebody coughing up what they did wrong? Awesome. You want your kids to be that kind of honest, okay? So there's a kind of honesty that's like that, which takes a big person to admit that stuff, okay? But there's another kind of honesty that you and I, that is more or less our experience of honesty now. And it's not that kind. Telling somebody that you cheated when you cheated, great honesty, great. Here's the other kind of honesty that I don't mean. When you and I use the word honest, what we really mean is permission to vomit on someone. Look, I'm just going to be honest with you, okay? You ready? Exactly. Look, I just want to be honest, okay? You see how that's a different honest than here's your $5 back? Here's your $5 back. It has a real nobility to it, a real bigness, a real courage to it. You see that? What does this kind of honesty have to it? Look, I just want to be honest with you, okay? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's an opinion. Yeah. But see, I'm so full of myself, I have my opinion as the truth. Let me just be honest, okay? Let me tell you the truth about life. Okay? I'm just being honest with you. See, I don't mean that. That is in the water already. That is how human beings justify hurting each other. Okay? Let me be honest with you. That's Facebook. Oh, God, totally. That is Facebook all the way home. Okay, so honesty is a synonym for let me tell you my opinion. And it's all its brilliance and wisdom. And I can't help it if you can't handle it. Handle the truth. But I'm just being honest with you. Okay, so when I say authenticity, I don't mean honesty. Because that's the kind of honesty that's in the world, in the water. And by the way, that kind of honesty has a direction to it. It's a me to you deal. See, when I'm being honest, let me tell you what I think about it or you. Let me tell you what I feel about it or you. Let me be honest with you. So it's kind of from me to you. Do you see that? It's going that way. It's projecting that way. Authenticity is different. Authenticity projects this way. Let me tell you not something about it or you. Let me tell you something about me that I don't have to tell you, that doesn't make me look good. That's authenticity. It's a different kind of honesty. It's an honest with oneself and being willing to communicate that honesty about oneself with you. Zero blame attached. That phenomenon is called being authentic. Okay, and it is magic. And you don't see it very often, if at all, where somebody shares something about their ineffective or ugly or whatever way of thinking about you or thinking about it. So they reveal something. It's more like a revealing something about themselves. Okay? So, to begin this work, it begins with authenticity, which is not honesty, And you can hear that if I bring it back to the AA example, right? I'm Vic, I'm an alcoholic. What direction is that? Yeah. Versus I'm Vic, you guys are bad. I'm just being honest with you. Okay, but you're conditioned and wired up for honesty the way I just said it. You're not wired up for authenticity unless you're 3 years old. Okay? 3 years old, you're totally wired up for authenticity. You're like, I'm scared. Who's got little ones? Yeah, aren't they just like, I'm scared, I love you, I want that, I don't want that. Yucky. Okay, it's all about them. It is all about them, as you know, okay? But this version of all about them is a real authenticity. They're very transparent. You notice that about children? They're extremely transparent. You know what you get. There's no shame yet. Don't worry, we'll take care of that. But for now, from 0 to 2, 3, there's no shame. They're transparent. They forgive quick. They ask for exactly what they want. They tell you exactly what they think and feel. They look people in the eye. They got nothing going on. Really, they're just amazing. And then they become us, walking around pretending, protecting, hiding. Do you know what the number one phobia in the world is? Yep, public speaking. That's weird. You'd think it would be death. Death is number 6. It's number 6. Spiders, number 2. Yeah. Fear of public spaces, number 3. In other words, people again. Number 1 is people. Number 3 is people. Spiders intervene there. Brief moment. 10% of women, or men, 50% of men are arachnophobic. Okay? But aside from that blip, people fear people. So they pretend, protect, all that stuff. So it's to start to deal with this mentality and start to tell the truth that we're not very good at, and tell it in a way that's authentic, not honest. See, if I put a bunch of people in a room and I said, tell the truth, you know what I'm going to get? A bunch of opinions, lies, stories, narratives, viewpoints, biases, prejudices, blah, blah, blah. And every one of them will say they're being honest. You asked for what I thought, and I'm honestly telling you, this is honestly how it is. Okay, so humans are not good at coming together to tell the truth because they'll just destroy each other. And then they'll leave. Or one of them will leave. Gee, I wonder why. Mystery. Okay, however, if you bring human beings together with a very distinct context called authenticity, what happens is nobody talks. All of a sudden, nobody talks. Because I want you to say something about you. Ooh, what happened there, big mouth? Nobody talks. Because that's a different game. And nobody talks until they do. And then when the first one talks, they start to break something open for everybody. And that is the beginning of a transformation. Because this kind of truth getting told, this kind of authenticity, when somebody tells you something authentic about them, it opens up a world for you that they didn't have to force. Okay? I'll give an example. Going back to Basha, 2012 when I came here, I haven't worked in rural communities ever. And so I came to Basha with my truths, like rednecks and whatever else is there, right? small community, don't think big. This is not a court, this is kind of a waste of my time. We'll try it anyway. I got bigger fish to fry, how important I am. And all my opinions, okay, about, and then one other thing, I don't belong. I'm a brown guy that's going to be in a white community. I definitely don't belong. Where are we doing this? At a church? Okay, actually, it wasn't a church. FCSS we did it, or where did we do it? Yeah. Yeah. So, do you get that? So I walk in with my viewpoint, my opinion, okay? And so I am making myself an outsider. Can you get that? Out of my own mentality, my own getting ready, bracing, preparing for the other. Yeah, exactly. Right? See, anybody I haven't met yet is initially the other, just like you. So I walk in with my kind of the otherness going on. And then, I say a bunch of things. And then lo and behold, an hour at lunch, Pam, Jackie, and Wendy's mom drops this book and goes, "That's you." What? Destroyed my mentality. Destroyed it. I was just like, you're not supposed to do that. You're the other, man. You got to keep playing that other role. You can't now just do this and have us be connected now. You're supposed to be the other. So that is what I walked in with Basho with, and that's what got taken to task within 3 hours. So, and I've been doing this kind of work for 15 years now, and nothing's handled. All I have is an awareness of quite a profound awareness of most of the ways I think, that if I'm not careful, will get in the way of my relationships. And already are getting in the way of my relationships, but way less, because I see most of it. Okay, now, when I just shared that about me, what did it open up for you? So a couple of people share, what just went through your head having heard what I just said? What was your experience just now? Self-reflection, like you started to think for yourself about you? Okay, yeah.
I remember my dad telling me at 16, your biggest problem, son, is looking in the mirror.
And that just came to mind. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah.
Just this statement of awareness of how I think. That is like, it's active and it applies to me and it applies to you.
Yeah.
And I guess, in some of my recent situations in my own private life, coming from a family who are very steeped in belief that I didn't align with, or recognize that I didn't align with. And so going back to that awareness of how I think is very liberating for me, because that helps me to understand where I'm coming from, but also it's not just me against you or the other. It's like owning what I'm saying and being active about what I'm saying versus quantifying it before I say it.
Yep. Great. Totally great. Yeah, anyone else? What opened up for you out of the way I spoke? It's because I spoke a certain way, a way you're not used to hearing. Yeah.
I need to get rid of my preconceived ideas of people and things.
That's what opened up for you. Yeah. Look, and if I ask most of you, there'll be something to say, not the right thing. There's just something to say about something got evoked. Okay, maybe that's the way to say it. Something got evoked. Whatever that was, something got evoked. A memory of your dad saying, the mirror. The guy in the mirror is the tough one, okay? And that's the tough thing, right? Or self-reflection, or, belief systems, or looking at your biases. See, something will have gotten evoked, and I'm not trying to evoke it. Do you get that? I'm not trying to evoke something. I'm simply being authentic, the way I defined it. I'm revealing something about me that you don't have to know, you shouldn't know, but I'm going to tell you anyway. And it's personal and it's revealing. and it's revealing. And by any layman's standards, it stands to make me look bad. Do you get that? At first blush, it would look, well, this guy's prepared to say something to these folks. What is he doing? He's going to look real bad. He's in this small town. And he's talking to the other and telling him what he thinks about the other? Why is he doing that? Is he stupid? Okay, but see, does it really make me look bad? It's strange, isn't it? But I did tell you something bad, so to speak, right? I just told you something that's kind of a little bit ugly, a little bit judgmental, a little bit, smallish, petty. You see? But why does it not have me look bad? Yeah. Because it's the way it is. It's not negative. It's just the way it is. It is the way it is. And the way it is the same way it is for you. Because the level I'm talking about is the grandmummy doll. Okay? Who does not have someone as the other? Anyone? Anyone kind of not have an other out there? Okay, by the way, that other could be your partner at any given day. Okay, if you're right now, just wait a few hours. They'll be the other. Okay? So it's going to be impossible for you not to have an experience of having some other. Okay, so when I share about the other, in this case, walking in a basha, but I can give you 10 other others, okay? Walking into companies, gave me a toast at a wedding, the fear of public, all that. Bunch of others, okay? When my kids don't listen to me, they become the other. Okay? I give you a million examples of where someone became the other. And see, something gets evoked for you because you're the same. You see, you're the same. We share the same humanity now. See, so when people begin to share their humanity at this level, which takes something, that blows away team building. You know those BS team building exercises where you build a little popsicle stick tower or some crap, you run around and go bowling? Just go have some drinks. Okay? But all that drinks, bowling, popsicle sticks is so junior to what I shared with you. Now you imagine 10, 15, 20 people letting it rip about themselves. How do they walk out of there? The same. They have a shared experience. There's trust. There's commonness. There's a revealing. There's a rite of passage they go through. And they're never the same again. They're just not. I've led hundreds of groups. They're never the same. And that group now has something so powerful that they can't be knocked off. And it's not a mission statement. It's something way more real than that. It's an experience of the other, so that experience stopped them being the other. So that's the beginning of a transformation. And you can see that that's not being done a lot, is it? It's just let's get on with the doing. Taking each other for granted, like this group somehow is pure. Jack, you want to say anything about, that first day or morning or whatever we did, in terms of the experience for you and others?
I think that basically I don't remember, it's 11 years ago, I'm old, but I do remember that we talked about the school being a challenge for us because there had been some not so great things happen at the school, and it was generational. So parents had said, I was in that school, this happened to me, and now I'm not sending my kid, or I'm going to protect my kid from these very same things that could have happened to me. And what we realized after we got through talking about those things is that most of the teachers and the people who were there were not there when the first generation experienced it. It was a completely different set of people now, with the exception of one or two, and yet we still held on to it. And so we saw that, and we also saw that how we saw ourselves as victims often. Things happened to us. We didn't have control over what we did, things like that. So I can't remember all the details, but I remember being blown away by it because we actually voiced it. We named it.
Yeah, great. Yeah, and you know, as Jackie's saying, a lot of the things that people hold on to, the event itself is way gone in the past. So it's not the event they're holding on to, it's the narrative they have of the event. See, the event's long gone, but the narrative's still intact. And the narrative is like DNA, it's inherited. One person tells another child, the child grows up and tells the child. It's like DNA. There's been narratives that are thousands of years old because it's like DNA. It just keeps being passed down. It's like oral history, except a shitty oral history. They're bad. Don't like them, right? That's the propagation of racism, sexism, any ism, pick an ism. All of it is verbal propagation of a story. At a point in time in a human's life, they have no cognitive capability to discern. And then too late, by the time they're old enough to discern, it's over. That's embedded. So yeah, the conversation was with the school. It began with the school, but then people started to just tell the truth about the whole thing. Like why there are, I can't remember, was it, lots and lots and lots of not-for-profits, charities, right?
Our community had over 50.
Yeah, 54
in a community
or something.
Of 850.
Yeah.
800 people.
Yeah, 800 people, 54.
Yeah. So there was 54 nonprofits, all vying for the same volunteers and the same funding pots.
Yeah. And, I'd be shocked if that doesn't sound familiar. Okay. I work in Slovakia, or Central Europe, and one of the countries is Slovakia. They're a country of 5.5 million, and they have 120 registered political parties. Canada is what, 40 million? We got less than 15, if that. Okay? And, some of those are the Aardvark party or whatever they are, right? So, see, it's not an accident the way it is. The way it is a function of the mindset of what's in the water. So when you reverse engineer it, okay, well, I've got 54 not-for-profit charities in a town of 800 vying for the same pot of money and the same volunteers. If I ask the question, well, why do you have so many? Then begins the inquiry. See, then begins the inquiry where the nasty thinking is going to get revealed. And the nasty thinking winds up something like, well, you tell me, what would be it's in your town. What's the nasty thinking that everybody's got to start their own thing?
I don't know, it's so tricky because do we have the foresight to see what would actually happen if we, changed it?
No, you don't.
So, I don't know. It's kind of like, having that village status and then becoming a hamlet and then realizing, oh, crap, we're not eligible for any of those things anymore. Right? Like, it's hard it's tricky.
Yeah, it's being human that's tricky. This stuff is not tricky technically, but when you add humans to it, it becomes real tricky. See, I put a bunch of ants together. They don't find it tricky to cooperate. I put a bunch of birds together. They go south real easy. I put a bunch of humans together. It's over. So the question is, what's so tricky about being human? It boils down to a little bit of self-interest. Fear, self-interest, hanging on to the past, narratives. This is where it gets complicated. So it began with the truth, getting told. But see, when you look at the statistics, let's say 54, 800, and I asked the question, how come so many? see, you have the answers too. If I had this inquiry with all of you, you'd come up with the exact same thoughts that people in Basha came up with. Nasty little thoughts, horrible little thoughts. So if you look, what are the thoughts? What kind of logic would be there to have 54 not-for-profits in a town 800? How come? Because it's right there. You think it. I don't like what you're doing. It's not, okay, but if it's not your job, how come you started your own not-for-profit? Okay, you don't think like me. See, now you're getting into it, okay? Oh, okay, I'm better than you. See how nasty it gets? But see, you'll say it's sexy to begin with. Look, it's not you, it's me. I'm better than you. My ideas are better than you. Okay? But see, that's when you get nasty now. See, once you get it nasty, now you're making progress. You're breaking through that Canadiana BS, where it's all got to sound positive. No, I'm better than you. I don't like you. I don't like your idea. I don't trust you. You'll do it again. Your project's crap. I'm going to wait till it fails, then I'll start my own thing. And don't worry, the wait till you fail is part of it, isn't it? Of course it is. But see, people can't say that stuff. It's like, no, I can't say it. Don't make me. It's like holy water on a vampire. Don't make me say what I actually think. And because I can't say what I actually think, nothing's going to change. We're going to pretend, make a task force. Yep. So you got to taste, okay, of what it begins to look like to start to tell the truth about it. How do I really think about this? And by the way, as I say this to some of you, your brain will defend you. That's not me. Okay? And that's one of the nasty things. That's not me? Really? You're not human? What are you, like a saint? When did I miss the canonizing of you? No, you think nasty little thoughts all the time. But it takes a big person to acknowledge that you're nasty. Okay? It really does take something. No kidding. I've had to go through that eye of the needle many times. It takes something. But, there is something, I use the word liberating, about telling the truth, where you can stop pretending that you're above it. Okay, there's something humbling about it, something just settling about it. That's the gold at the end of the rainbow for the courage it takes to say it. You get settled, you get peace of mind, you're like everybody else, you're not separate all of a sudden, and you give others permission to say the same thing, or whatever version they got. Okay, so it begins with that kind of authenticity, okay, which we just started to get a little bit of it. And by the way, what Basha wound up saying about themselves, indicting themselves, now I believe there's like 16, 20 people at the first conversation from the community. What wound up getting said by those 16, let's say, represented all 800. You see, going back to the lake analogy, the pond analogy, if I want to know what's in the water, do I really have to examine every molecule of water and drain the whole lake? If I want to know what's in the water, what do I got to do? Just take a little vial, a little sample, and that's all the pond. So you get the methodology here. This is not rocket science. But it takes courage and it takes a bigness and a willingness, which often crisis brings. See, most small towns or communities won't do anything like what I'm talking about until they're on death's bed. So it takes something. If you're not on death's bed, you won't want to do this. Because you still got some more rope. That's how humans are too. Right? Yeah, we got to wait till the end of the marriage, end of the community, end of my bank account. Do you get that? Till the thing finally falls off my car. Human beings are kind of, I'll wait till the end. Okay? So, all right. So I'm curious, what are you seeing as we kind of move, I give you kind of the first spaces of a community transformation begins with an authentic conversation with a group of people that winds up representing all the people. What are you seeing for your own community, for yourself, for change in general? What are you getting?
You have to accept that you're going to be vulnerable and take the crap that you get dish and not be victimized by it, but learn from it and take suggestions how you can work through it maybe.
Okay, yeah, it's a good start, totally. Yeah, if you want to make a change, it starts with you. You hear this slogan all the time, okay? Gandhi even said it, be the change you want to see. But what the hell does that mean? Well, I'm telling you what it means. It means start calling yourself out. See, I wonder if the fact that nobody's doing that, but calling everybody else out, I wonder if this gives us a clue why things don't work. I wonder if the calling you out method is limited. I wonder if the calling myself out method would have the reverse. Turns out, yeah, big time. But turns out I don't want to do that. Is there not another way? I'm one of the good guys, you know. It's them. Good. Anything else open up out of this so far?
Is it ever too late?
No way. Never. Ever, 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 never. Nope. See, because, you and I think in terms of like an accumulated set of slights. You know what I mean? Like, you and I think from that, like over the years, all the slights and the failures so you and I kind of think from accumulation, okay? And because we think like all this accumulated stuff, man, how can we ever, and now we're here on the brink because of all this accumulated stuff. How can we possibly undo all this accumulated stuff over time, right? But turns out the humans don't work that way. What the other person always needed to hear was the truth. And it wipes away years of accumulated slights. If you can be authentic with that human being, it unlocks like that. For many, not all. Some still are so damaged they like hang on to a grudge for a little bit. Or they want to know if you're real. Are you really serious about this? But if you stay the course in your authenticity and what you shared, it doesn't take very long for them to be convinced, oh, that's a new you. So, my marriage is failing. That's why I start to do this work. Okay, and of course it's my wife's fault, because I'm brilliant. So it's always got to be her. That's the fish that's to blame. So when I started to do this work, I did a program called the Landmark Forum. It completely held me accountable for my righteousness, arrogance, superiority. And this is 5 years into my marriage, okay? So, and it was already kind of like almost over. So too late, okay? But then when I realized and I saw my stuff, and I was authentic with my wife, and I said, look, I just realized I've been blaming you for 5 years, even before we got married. When really I have this conversation, you don't get me. And I have this but it's not just you I have this conversation, you don't get me. It's kind of like an arrogance I have overall. You don't get me, you don't get me, you don't get me. It's like a driving need for me to feel special. Right? You don't get how special I am. You don't get what I do. You don't get everything I provide. You don't get me. And every time I do that, I see that I cause a separation between us. You feel about this big for me having to feel this big. That's the cost. I never really saw that. I thought I was just trying to be heard and known. I didn't see damaging you. Okay, and I damaged you. And that's not what I asked your mom when I asked for your hand from Basha. Hey, I want to marry your daughter. I can't wait to diminish her every day of her life, okay? Is that a yes or what? Yeah. So when I said that to my wife. I said, so look, I just really got it. It's done. You just, in every conversation, you have to fight for your dignity in the conversation. I said, it's brutal. My wife started to cry. And I thought, oh, well, there you go. This landmark method doesn't work. I just was authentic and I damaged my wife. Great. But then I said, oh, look, man, I mean, too much. She said, no, I'm not crying because I'm hurt. Everything you said, I live. That's not news to me. I'm crying because I never thought I saw the day you'd wake up. Like, wow, who beamed Vic up and beamed you down? And it altered everything within 4 minutes, forever. Why? Because I am now responsible for my nastiness. And the proof will be in the pudding over time, you see? But all of a sudden, we got a new lease on life to go prove it out. It's not over. So I give you that example because nothing's over. No, people are waiting. They're just waiting to forgive you. But you're not giving them what they need to forgive you. You're not being authentic about your BS. You're being a little to a lot defensive about your BS, rationalizing your BS, excusing your BS. I only did it because. See, none of that was in my conversation with my wife. There's no, I only did it because. No, I'm completely responsible for being an asshole. And the impact on you is this. And that's not a normal conversation. But that conversation reinvents relationships. And I've seen thousands reinvented, and I've coached them and so on. So it's like what I'm providing you is like this horrible path less taken. Right? It's a horrible path, isn't it? Just listen to what it takes. It's terrible. I mean, there's only pure responsibility. You don't get to blame anything or anyone or be a victim. This is terrible. And that's why nobody's reinventing their community. Because it's so terrible, nobody will climb that mountain. But this is what it takes. I mean, there may be other ways. Maybe a group meditation or something will reinvent the community, or some in the water, put some chemical in the water. But as far as I know, this is the only thing I've ever seen reinvent a community, right? And, okay, so let me give you a chance to talk to each other because, so just take the next 5-ish minutes, just huddle up 2s and 3s, and just say what you're discovering for yourself personally and anything relevant to your community that you're discovering could be applicable to it, okay? So just huddle up. There's only one of you that bites. I'm not telling you who, okay? See you back in 5.
Turn him on.
But you, as you said, setting an example, and the setting an example is being authentic. See, because in other words, when you start to. Is this one?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
My handlers. They're good.
I know the Miller.
They have years of practice. Yeah, the particular setting an example is being authentic about your default thinking and history and, the kind of the nasty stuff that's there for people. You're speaking, when you as a little vial of water, okay, speak, you literally are speaking the whole lake.
Right.
Do you see? Because when I shared with you a couple things about me, you see you in it. I know you see you in it. How can you not? You have your version of the other, right? You have your version of they don't get me. Yes. You have people in your life, you say, well, they don't get it. Well, they don't get me. They don't get it. They just don't get it. Ottawa doesn't get it. My wife doesn't get it. My husband doesn't get it. My kids don't get it. My colleagues don't get it. A bunch of idiots, exactly. That you don't get it is one of the grandmummy doll's qualities. Blame, you don't get it, stuck in the past. Look, shame. All of these are very human at the highest level. So when I share something about me that's shameful, or you don't get it, or making somebody else wrong, or making them the other, you immediately connect. It's immediately evoked for you. You are evoked for you. You see? So why most people just trying to make a change with themselves doesn't work is because what they're doing isn't this. They're doing something else other than revealing authentically the thinking that is the thinking of the whole community just coming out of their mouth. Did you see? It's non-linear. It's like immediately like a wave, everybody hears it. And then people begin to deal with it. They confront it, some deny it. See? But what you instigate is something for people to start dealing with something now. Either denying it, that's how they're going to deal with it, or accepting it. Wow, you're talking about me. Okay? But and there's no like right thing. You just literally gave somebody something to deal with out of your own authenticity. And they're going to deal with it how they deal with it. But here's the deal. Something's moving now. Yeah. And it is a little bit bigger. Stetler would be a little more complex, a couple more layers, right? But the same methodology is valid. Look, I worked in Slovakia 8 years ago, and 14 Nazis were elected to parliament. Okay, so a bunch of leaders got together that knew they had to. So I worked with them for a week, and within the first few days, and these are like pretty senior leaders, vice president, an ambassador, big CEO dude, head of a not-for-profit called Open Society, funded by George Soros, bunch of things like that. They got together and they saw what, when I said there's 54 and 800, 54 not-for-profits, 800 people, well, Slovakia's got 75,000 not-for-profits. We're a country for 75. It's the same thing. And why that is because at some point when they get a difference of opinion, they don't have the maturity to work through it, so they start their own. And that's how it goes. There's a point where one woman, a CEO of a company in Slovakia, and there's 50 people in this conversation, and an MLA not MLA, but a member of parliament just got elected. Her name is Veronica. She's sitting there, and we're having this conversation about telling the truth and being authentic, and I gave them the chance to do that. And then this CEO, she went, I caught her out of the corner of my eye. She was like, oh, no, mm-mm. I'm like, what? I said, wonder what's going on over there. And I said to her, hey, what's going on? She goes, nothing. I said, no, there's something going on there. And her name is Lucia, right? Pronounced Lucia. So I said, Lucia, what's your deal? What is there that's inauthentic that you're dealing with and don't want to share? I said, this is it. This is the turning point. You do share, it'll make a difference. You don't, no difference with me. She goes, okay, fine. I'll say it. Okay. Now you got to brace yourself for her language. She goes, I think all politicians are pigs and bitches. Now that's Slovak convert, whatever. Okay, I don't know what that's what she says. And Veronica's standing right there, and Veronica starts to cry. And she goes, and as it comes out of her mouth, she goes, wow, that's been actually in there. And now that I say it, I see how damaging it is. I see now how no new member of parliament ever had a chance. Because I'm basing my notions of politicians on the past corrupt politicians, right? Slovakia came into existence when the Berlin Wall fell in 1989. So it's a very new democracy. Still infiltrated old communist ideals and Soviet ideals and corruption and all this stuff. But there's this awesome, beautiful, go-getting new member of parliament, Veronica, and she's got to deal with Lucia and all her colleagues with this old mentality, right? It was awesome. She starts to cry, and Lucia's like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. And then she goes across the floor, they hug, and that was a complete different dawning of a new era. Then more started to tell the truth about, you see, because everybody heard themselves. When she said, she finished, all politicians are pigs, I watched their heads all nod involuntarily. Everybody who's not a politician. And I think even some politicians started to nod. Because when something gets in the water, see, everyone breathes it in and breathes it out, right? And then Veronica said, man, I can't believe it. That makes total sense now. What has stopped me? Because the day after I got in office, she said, my family started to tell me you're not answering emails on time. You're not returning my phone calls quick enough. What's happened? You've changed. And she's like, what do you mean? It's been a day. But see, their mentality is looking for evidence. It's already looking for evidence. So I say that because which started 8 years ago, within a year of them doing this work, they created a 120,000 citizen march in 2016. These people from different sectors leveraging their networks, which they never would have done because they're also separate. Leveraging all their networks, they overthrew the corrupt government at the time, run by a guy named Robert Fico, overthrew it. He resigned, the Minister of Interior resigned, and within 6 months, this incredible woman got elected out of nowhere. Like, you ever see Erin Brockovich and, right, what's that movie? Erin Brockovich. That's right. Right, like an environmental lawyer, right? There's like this nobody environmental lawyer way up in the North Slovakia. They all got behind her, 0 chance of getting elected. 6 months she's elected. And she's the current president of Slovakia. All from these folks telling the truth to each other, sharing it and spreading it. What's that?
Probably less than 10%.
Yeah. It doesn't take everyone to get it. Okay, there's a journal called the Journal of Social Physics. I don't know, these crazy unions of disciplines, right? And they did the mathematical proof that it takes way less than 10% of a bunch of people who are highly committed to flip the whole thing. Malcolm Gladwell wrote about it in The Tipping Point a little bit, but not as rigorously. It takes a very few people to tip it. But they have to be highly committed, and I would say that's what happened in Basra. Because, it's really way less than 10% of the population, right? I mean, 16 to 20 people out of 800, that's way less than 10%, okay? That's like 2.5%. So, yeah, it begins with you spilling the beans in the way I'm speaking, not honestly. Right? Yeah. Yeah, authentically, yeah. Okay, well, Christine, what's the deal? Okay? Go and get it. Break time. It's like recess, okay? So see you at quarter after, okay? See you at quarter after. Yeah.
Anyway. Okay.
Yeah, we can talk after. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, folks. Okay, so
Thanks, Laura.
you have a sense of what it takes to launch the rocket, so to speak, and that's the courage, the bigness to begin authentic conversations that people aren't having publicly, but privately, it's all going on. And as long as those conversations that are the conversations of the community stay behind the curtain, nothing changes. They will sabotage every initiative because they operate in the background. We're doing something in the foreground, but this sucker's operating in the background like a counterforce constantly. Okay, so so anything just come up from your just conversations together about this? Questions, concerns? Yeah.
Here, Teresa, I've got that mic here for you. Here we go.
I'm just curious about where if you run into someone who really just functions in the policies, practices, resources, and just, but then they won't go into that next level of relationships and connections, or maybe due to their wiring or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to make excuses, but does the possibility exist that people out there cannot move into that level and be truly authentic?
Yeah.
And then how do you have any strategies in working with those individuals when they are a piece of your functional group?
Yeah. I'd say there's nobody that can't, but there's people that won't. And there's reasons why they won't. They're scared to look. They're scared to look. I mean, aren't you? Like, can't wait to look at how nasty you are? Who wants to do that?
Do you want some
Yes,
honesty? You want an authentic answer on that?
Yeah, who wants to do that stuff? Nobody wants to do that stuff.
Yeah.
So that's, in my experience, mostly what goes on when people don't want to go past the tangible stuff is because they really are a little bit scared about acknowledging it or seeing it or talking about it, because that's not how they grew up. They grew up pretending and nicey and how's the weekend and BS. Okay, so that's one. So they not that they can't, they just won't or unwilling right now. So when I deal with people who are like really, okay, no, we got to get this policy through. Okay, it's a different set of skills that's required, and one is like inquiry. So if somebody's stuck on a policy, I'll ask them, okay, well, what are you solving, right? What are you really interested in solving with this policy change? Okay, and then they'll say, so if you played this person that's stuck, and I said, well, what are you interested in solving? What would they say?
I think they would say that way the public will clearly know what's expected, and that's our transparency.
Okay, I got it. Totally got it. So are you saying that the policy will handle this then?
I guess I can't really speak for my own, or I can speak for my own, but from this individual's perspective, I think that they believe that policy drives everything, and but in the same token, that's my speculation of their functionability.
Yeah.
So that's where it's really challenging for me to answer those questions with
Okay.
their framework.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you don't know what's in their head and how they think and all that, right? So you come when you're dealing with somebody like that, okay? Again, your first knee-jerk reaction will be to change them, fix them, blame them, alter them, right? And again, this is the toughest work you can do. What I'm saying is you come back and you be authentic with them, okay? You be authentic about how you hold them. See, with this person, you kind of have a view of them, like they're a stick in the mud, or they don't really, or they're rigid, or they don't get it. Everybody's favorite is they don't get it, okay?
Yep.
So what it looks like to shift the relationship is you you start again by indicting you. But it takes build a real muscle to indict yourself. You know, I was leading to in Saskatchewan to a really large family farm company. Okay, and the dad was in and out of the conversations. We did workshops for a week or whatever, and then I had this thought, you know, this guy doesn't care. Like, he thinks he's above it. Okay, and I remember I didn't see it till I saw it a couple days in, but when I saw it, I was slowly resenting this guy, right? In and out, thinks he's superior, head honcho, didn't really want the workshop, begrudgingly. So I had this whole story building up about this guy. So on day 2 or 3, I thought, oh my God, I got this whole narrative going on. So he's there, and I said, his name's Don. I said, Don. And I said, he's sitting there. I go, look, I got to cough something up. And there's like 20 leaders in the room. I said, yeah, look, I've had this whole story going on. Like, you don't care, you're above it, you're superior. Okay? And my only evidence is you leave and come back. That's my big fat evidence for you don't care. Okay? But what I'm dealing with is my own insecurity. I'm not good enough. You know, I'm new to your company. You don't like me. I need to belong. I need to fit in. So I'm looking for any evidence that corroborates where I'm just on the outs. It's not just you. I do this all the time. I'm just a human being. I kind of look for reasons where I'm threatened. So I said, look, I want to acknowledge that, and I apologize. You don't know that's going on, but I put distance between us in the last 2 days, and you have no idea about it. So I apologize for that. This guy's like, whoa. He goes, nobody's ever talked to me like that. He's like, thank you. I appreciate that. He goes, by the way, I have this big deal where we're merging with this other company. I'm sorry. I'd love the information, but I can't stay, and I'm sometimes on my phone. I should have said something earlier, but I didn't. That's what he says. Okay, and that was it. And then we worked together for a long time after that.
Right.
But my point is, you indict yourself. And that is not what you're used to. But that's why relationships don't really work. Because everybody's trying the other one. Let me be honest with you. I don't like your behavior. Okay, that one doesn't work. Does that give you a terrible opening?
It gives me a twisted mental challenge.
Yes. Yeah. As it should. As it should. Absolutely. Yeah, good question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, with the difficult people, it's too juicy. They're too attractive to attack. You got to back off, and you got to look at what do you got going on. So, okay, I got it. They're difficult. You know, some are too quiet, some are too loud, some are know-it-alls, some are pain in the ass, sticklers, some are whatever, man. Pick all the flavors of human beings. But the question is, what do you got going on about it? I get it, they're sticklers, but what do you got going on about it that is robbing you of an authentic conversation with them about what doesn't work? See, instead of you and I having an authentic conversation about what doesn't work, we avoid it, rationalize it, gossip about it, build coalitions about it. We don't deal with it. Do you see that? As Canadians, we rarely deal with it because we're scared to deal with it. We don't trust ourselves in dealing with it. We don't trust them in dealing with it. Maybe they'll say something stupid. Maybe you'll ruin the relationship. But I'd offer you what relationship? Okay, anything else come up? Yeah.
Here, Marge, I'm just going to bring this to you.
This is just curiosity. Okay. But seeing as you're so busy and active with this, do you, like, I'm old, so I mean, what are we on? We're on Generation Z or X, or where are we?
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
But what my question is, do you see a difference in our younger generations than you would see in older generations? Because I know, like, your opening is the world hasn't changed. But were the older generations raised with less fear?
No.
Okay, so do you see a difference between the generations as far as?
Not at the deepest level, not at the most human level.
Yeah.
I see tons of differences at the level that everybody else sees. They play more video games, right? They want to leave at 5 o'clock, whatever, you know what I mean? Okay, yeah, work-life balance. Okay, so that level of difference, yeah, I see all that. Everybody sees all that. People write about that. But at the level I'm talking about, no difference.
Okay.
No difference. Every one of those kids, I got two of them, 15 and 17. Every one of those kids goes through that phase in junior high where they're worried about belonging and fitting in. I haven't seen a generation avoid that yet.
But the honesty.
Oh, no,
well, not necessarily the honesty, but the authenticity.
No, they're full of shit. No, they're just totally full of shit.
That's disappointing, but.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're totally full of shit. And that's just because that's still at the foundation of being human. Pretend, stay out of trouble, tell them what they want to hear, try and get away with it, don't get caught, right? And that's you, that's me, that's them. Because that's at the most foundational level. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. That'll take another million years of evolution for the human brain to change. Because that's what it cares about. It cares about survival. Hmm? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
How do we make a difference? How do we change the base level? How do we begin to understand and change that? Make a difference.
Yeah, you begin by being authentic, and you get a coalition of people which are willing to be authentic. So you have a meeting of whatever, the people in the community, and you start to tell the truth about yourselves. That's how you do it, and it becomes attractive. Okay, for as hard as it is. When somebody's vulnerable, authentic, humbled themselves like that, nothing to hide, transparent, it's attractive. It's just attractive. And, most people would say, well, I think kids are cute, right? Most people love babies, toddlers, right? They're cute. But adults, my thinking on it is adults don't like kids because they're cute. They like kids because they're authentic. And you know what you get. That's why they like them. But they can't distinguish that between the curly little locks, and they're this high, from what's really so powerful about the kid is it isn't tainted yet. It's authentic, okay? So you can hear this drum I keep beating, authenticity, 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 because it begins with that. If you can't get real, really real, then it's all like a house of cards. Yeah. So that's how you begin it. Okay? Yeah.
So curious. Sorry.
Oh, we have another runner.
We have another runner.
Christine.
So I'm curious. You talk about starting it from an authentic group, a small group.
Yeah.
How do you sustain that? If you're going to come against a lot of people that don't want to. So is there a high, a low, a high? You know what I'm saying? As you go
like an ebb
through
and a
this?
flow kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. The deal is you want to keep exposing yourself and the community to anything that fosters and sustains authenticity, knowing that you live in a lake that's fundamentally inauthentic. Okay? It's fundamentally, look, once you leave this conversation today, you're never going to hear this again. Maybe. Okay? Because you're going to go back into Pretendville, Blameville, Faultville, Shameville, because that's how it operates out there. Nobody's going to be telling you about them and sharing personal facts that everybody keeps private. You're going to go back into that lake. Okay, so this is like a little bubble for a few hours, right? And it's like that when you do this work for Jackie and those who'd started 11 years ago. It was like a very precious little bubble at the FCSS building. Okay, in this room, wow, there's a moment of trust and vulnerability, and we're connected, and nobody's got anything to hide. High trust. Wow, we did something here that groups don't do. We told the truth to each other about ourselves. But then they disperse back in the community, right? So it takes whatever you can to keep exposing yourself. But see, and that's why Jackie said, I don't know how many times we've had this conversation, Jackie, and then there's not much out there, okay, that nurtures what I'm bringing to you. Okay, there's this itself. There's another organization called Landmark. They do a killer job at a personal level. And then we run a program called Being a Leader. But other than that, it's typical stuff, tips, tools, case studies, whatever, okay, inspiring books. So the key to it is to keep, it's like going to the gym once. Now you got to find a cadence where you re-expose, and then out of being authentic, you start to gather more in the community because it's attractive and people want what you have. And then so others say, well, I'll come to the next thing. That's how it happens. I don't know, Jackie, what would you say? I mean, you live it, right? Yeah, you lead by example, and then people, the right people. One way to say it is, when you shine this kind of authentic light, it repels certain moths and it attracts certain moths. Okay, and even the ones that repels, some of them are interested but scared. Okay, and some are like, oh my God, finally a breath of fresh air. Somebody told the truth. Can I join? And you'll find out it's people you don't expect in the community that kind of jump to the pump. They're like, whoa, yeah, I'll come to the next one. And people who you think are with the program, all of a sudden they're scared and they stay away for a bit. But it builds. So it's more like a campaign over time. Does that make sense? Because I haven't seen anything that's one and done yet in life. Yeah, good question. Good. Anything else about this terrible path? Okay. So that's how you begin it. Okay. And then you got into a little bit of what it takes to sustain it. Because it does take someone to sustain it, especially when it's such a little bubble amongst the rest. You really do got to coach and practice with yourself and others who are like-minded. But one of the things that makes a difference is, like, Jackie, you're doing is you're bringing it beyond the borders of Basha. Because without bringing it beyond the borders of your community, it's just a mini selfish version. You're not as selfish anymore. But there's something about that doesn't work, is to contain it, right? It's not true. You know what I mean? It's not true to the spirit of the thing to bottle the little firefly, right? So part of it is to be, one of the things to go not just within the community, and Jackie, you might be able to speak to with the Camrose school board, and see, you're part of a system. So you've got other communities that neighbor you. You've got boards, MLAs. You've got, You've got other things that plug in to you, fund you, benefit from you. Your authenticity's got to reach them so that you shift the relationship with them. In fact, I'm thinking about the Camrose School Board, Jackie. So it's not just within the community. This thing is for those that plug into the system called your community, to be authentic with them, right? And I think isn't that one of the first conversations you had with the Camrose School Board, which was part of the beginning of this, right? Where it began with, we don't like the school, and And the school board, Camrose School Board was kind of on side with the school kind of thing, right?
Yeah, it was the Battle River School Board is what they call it.
Battle
And-
River, yeah.
Yeah, and so once we decided that the school was our focus and we were no longer looking to blame them for what terrible things that had happened in our community, within 6 weeks, they approved something that was in the summertime. They approved the work that we were going to do in the school that quickly and also gave us money for it. And that happened in 6 weeks.
And did you have a conversation with anybody there?
We had a conversation with the entire board, I believe. I think we went to the board, it's so long ago, but I think we went and made a presentation. And
Yeah.
then they approved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that what it was? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. And I'm just had a question. Was it just a presentation or did you cough anything up?
I don't remember. Do you? Well, you tell them, Lori.
Amazing, I do. Yeah. And it was actually your conversation with him, and you'd actually basically said to them about that, that we had an idea of what we wanted to do, but we also had an idea of what the board, basically the educational system had failed in a way that that we had blamed them, and instead of them just being, do you remember that? Yeah, and so basically coughed up, basically where we held
You're
them,
blaming them,
and we were blaming them, and then we saw it entirely differently, that it was about a collaboration that could be possible if they would approve. We weren't even asking for money actually. Yeah. So it was really freeing, wouldn't you say, Jack? Yeah.
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 Yeah, not bad for a mic runner.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So, and it had to be that way. It had to be that way.
Yeah.
Because that's the only kind of pathway, that kind of authenticity that shifts a relationship that fast, that powerfully, where you're not even asking for money and they give you some money. Because, see, if it's the Battle River School Division, you think you're the only one that begrudges them?
Right.
No, but you're the only one coming clean about it, authentically. So it's totally refreshing, totally freeing, not just for you, but for them.
Well, it was, and of course they weren't even part of the what had been part of the idea of what the blame was, right?
Yeah.
They were just the other board. They were more fish.
Totally.
They were.
They're more fish, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my point is that it goes beyond. It goes into what plugs into your community, because the water of your community is affecting all of them. They're adapting to it. Like I said, doctors, school boards, you name it. Immigrants, First Nations. There's all kinds of things that interface with your community. And they're all in some way shaped and impacted by the water. Right? Like I said, somebody lives there for 20 years and they're like not from here. They're an outsider. Why? Because that's the water of the community. That's how it handles people. So that's the other piece. This authentic conversation, these authentic conversations got to go beyond and connected. And in fact, I'd say, Jackie, that's why one of the reasons you've really made some moves here is a lot of those authentic conversations have happened beyond your borders. I remember one time you, in the heyday of it, you brought me and Kevin to, can't remember which political party it was in. I think it was the PCs were still in. And you brought us to a conversation with a minister. So me and Kevin, my partner, are tagging along. She brings us this conversation. They go in these 15-minute blocks, right? And it's all like, what do you want? Okay? That's their whole life. Meeting people who want stuff. Okay? So she drags us along. We're sitting there beside her, and she's, the guy doesn't know us from a hole in the ground. And Jackie starts to talk about what she wants. And he's like, yeah, I think, Steve goes, what do you want? And she's like, oh, I want all communities to have these guys go there. And then we're like, okay. And then Now you got to get this. His brain can't even process that. His brain goes, and then he goes, okay, good. Yeah, but what do you want? He's like, well, I want this to go everywhere. Yeah, okay, good. But like, what do you want? What do you want? He couldn't get it. He wouldn't get his head around it. But that's the way it is. You got to go beyond your borders. And people can't even hear it. What do you mean? You're trying to give this to me? No, you're my competition. You're up the road. Right? That's why I didn't tell you we're going to be the community with the biggest shrub in Canada, or whatever people do to try and stay on the map. I'm not going to release that to you, that intel. Maybe you make a bigger shrub and people come to you. Okay? So it's got to go beyond your borders. Okay? Which is what's happening. This is part of it. But if it doesn't, it's not authentic. It's too selfish. Okay, so any more questions about, there's more to do. There's more to say about this whole deal. But let me say one thing about the distinction between leadership and management, okay? To summarize some of this as if you say you're a leader in the community, see, the word leader gets talked about a lot. Leader. But I want to propose it's not very well understood. If I asked you to define conflict, okay? Somebody define conflict. What's conflict? Just off the cuff. What would you? Opposing opinions, what? Two people who are not willing to budge. Oh, here you go. Okay, so you kind of hear the similarity? There's two, and it ain't working. Okay? Not budging, opposing. Okay, so that's defining conflict, okay? What's a team? Define team for me, somebody. What's a team is? Common goal. Like-minded. They come together. Check. See how easy it is to define those things? They work together. Okay, now, I'm going to ask you to define this, and you're going to have a whack at different answers. Define leader.
Someone who has the ability to deal with conflict on a continuous basis and be authentic.
Okay, that's one. Okay.
Somebody who can bring the vast different opinions together.
Okay, I got that. Yeah, they can bring things together. Yep.
Someone people trust.
Someone people trust. Yep. Yep. Influence. Yep. Inspiring. Yep. See, look, it'll go. But if we keep going, you'll make a laundry list, basically, of the perfect human being. Okay, so leadership is not well understood. So I'm going to give you not the right definition, but a simple definition. And it's a simple definition that kind of distinguishes something. So why? Because we have a shortage of leadership in the world. Okay, there are 70,000 books on leadership right now on Amazon, more than ever. Okay, there's 200,000 plus MBAs that graduate from the U.S. alone with, acknowledges some kind of leadership training. There's leadership schools, Haskayne in Calgary, forget University of Alberta's, Kim Campbell School of Leadership, something, I don't know. Okay, every university now has a leadership school. So more books than ever, and no leadership. Okay, in fact, the World Economic Forum said a few years ago that 86% of people believe this is the greatest leadership crisis ever that we've had. There's no leadership. So I'm saying why that is people don't really understand leadership, so they can't develop it. So there's a difference between leadership and management. And because that's not well understood, people confuse leadership for management. So management, I'll define management first. Management is making sure the predictable happens. Can you see that? It's like making sure the ship gets in a port from the destination we started to where we're going, and a great manager ensures what they have to ensure. The sails are up, the go here, go there, you know what I mean? People are swabbing the decks and all that stuff until he gets in a port. That's a great manager. And we need great managers to make sure that what we predicted and planned happens. That's a great manager. Okay, so do you get the definition of management? That's management, and it's critical. But it is overextended into what people think is leadership. They just do more management. So here's leadership as defined. Okay, so management is making sure the predictable happens. Leadership is making sure the predictable doesn't happen. Could be. But they got to make sure it doesn't happen. A visionary that can act. So I'm giving you leadership's making sure the predictable doesn't happen. So all this afternoon I've been talking about what's predictable. Right? Round and round and round. So leadership is making sure the predictable does not happen. And that is a different skill set. That requires you to become an interruption. And Canadians don't like interrupting. They don't like interrupting conversations, and they don't like interrupting the drift. They want someone else to interrupt it, but they don't want to interrupt it, okay? So it takes something to design yourself as an interruption. And it also takes something to live with the fallout of not being liked. And one of the things people can't stand is not being liked. But see, you're already not liked. People don't like you. Do you know that? People in your community don't like you. Some like you, lots like you, but some don't. Isn't that true? Yeah, some don't like you. And some don't like you, and you didn't even do anything. They didn't like your grandmother. And you're born of her, so we don't like you. See, you're already not liked. But see, you're not liked on your terms. You're not liked on their terms, whatever goofy terms they got. So if you kind of make peace with the fact that you're not going to be liked and you aren't liked, then you can let go of this the pathetic need to be liked, and you can get on with making a difference. And then you won't be liked, by the way. But you won't be liked on your terms, because you're not going to be liked anyway. But it's different being not liked on your terms. Okay, great. Don't like me for interrupting the drift. Don't like me for telling the truth. Don't like me for standing for authenticity. Great, don't like me for that. I can really sleep with that, don't like me. You know, but because my grandmother gave one of your dad a peck on the cheek, that's why you don't like me? Okay. So I want to give you management versus leadership, because oftentimes people hide behind management because they don't have the moxie to step up and lead. They just keep managing task forces and meetings and minutes and all kinds of crap that doesn't make a difference, but it's all in the world of management. So leadership is a different kind of confrontation. What is it going to take to interrupt the predictable? So, okay, I know we're almost at time, but didn't somebody want some? Like, there's more, where to go from here or something? Didn't somebody want a conversation on that, or? Yeah, you did, but the organizers did too. What?
We were just talking about how,
Here, Jeff.
why we would like lots of communities to have this opportunity, because when I think I did it in my presentation this morning, that when communities learn to work together, then you can move out and work with other communities, and that's what we believe, Christine and I, as we talk about this all the time, is that it will create sustainable rural communities when we can start leveraging each other, not just within our own community. So it's the look at what is next to try to have rural communities work together rather than doing it on their own, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, what could be next is, splitting resources to work with us or, Doug Griffiths or whoever. Splitting resources is not a smart idea. Coming together to collectively use your resources when it's pretty much the same damn lake in every community. I mean, really. it's the same thing. Okay? You just need people to hear it. That's one of the what's next, Jackie. You know, I know you bootstrapped it on your own with us, but you know, that's a real smart what next, is to pool resources, come together, get something done. That's one. But I don't know, is there any other resources, Jackie, you want that you want to mention or talk about, or?
I think what we're hoping
Here we
is
go.
this just starts.
Just hang on. You two.
I think what we're hoping is this just starts the conversation with other communities. So we already are working with Donalda and Alex and
Yeah.
Statler and New Norway starting, but is you know, even when we looked at the health model this morning, some of those health models, every little community can't create one, but a region could, right?
Yeah.
An entire region could. So those kinds of conversations is what we're hoping to move forward with.
Yeah, yeah, and that'll take some transparency. That'll take, letting go of clutching your data, right? It'll take you beating the trap of your humanity, your survival. Don't want them to get ahead. You know what'll happen to us. It takes short-circuiting that default, because see, you're used to a model of sharing where if I got a Kit Kat and I give you a finger, what happens to me? Yeah, I got one less. Why the hell would I ever share with you? Versus a different kind of sharing, right? Sharing what you're dealing with, right? Sharing the truth. Well, that leads to a doubling, a tripling of resources, because you accumulate like-minded people. So that's a different kind of sharing than the Kit Kat sharing. So yeah, that's good. And do you want people to get a hold of us if they want, Jack, or?
What do you want? Yeah, either or. We've
Okay.
got cards, you've got cards, either one.
I don't have any cards.
Oh, well,
So,
I do.
just yell out your window, okay? Good luck.
And Vic, I was just going to say too, sorry, I'm up with Jackie and
Oh, yeah,
here
there you
now.
are.
Sorry, I'm just drifting around. Hopefully today they can see that there's the freedom to just in being out there and having transformation within themselves, and having that transformation and forming that within the community.
Yeah.
I think so many people go away and thinking, how am I ever going to do this by myself? And truly, if you can strategize with your own self and catch yourself in those moments, and be authentic in that, it shifts every conversation that you can have.
Mm-hmm.
It truly does.
Yeah, and you get like 3, 4, 5, up to 10 people all of a sudden that start to think the same. Now you're hitting a critical mass that can't be ignored. And as Jackie said, the naysayers, their voices get less impactful.
And you could take that farther into rural communities, because we talk all the time about how governments and organizations have a rural lens. But if rural communities start to come together as groups, then it's hard to ignore. But one little community, it's a little more difficult to get attention.
Totally. Yeah, that's the ultimate game, is to speak as one voice. Because you got a lot of clout. You got a lot of votes. People pay attention. But to have one voice, you got to get over your individuality. In other words, you got to find a way to surpass your default humanity, which is mostly what I've been talking about. All right, well, you're cooked. Thank you. Thank you for your engagement, your openness. It's great. And if you want to get a hold of us, go to Jackie. Jackie has all our business cards. Okay? Yeah.
If we have somebody out there with cables, we have somebody who needs a boost.